Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. We're live. We're here for Darrell Brooks' sentencing. Nothing has happened yet, but it's up. It's always up. Crank the volume because court is always quiet. Get things going. Whew, just in time. Just in time. Okay. Anyway, what's up? How are you guys doing? I'm still like all disheveled. I'm still all disheveled, but we are live, I believe. Yes, we are. We will have some guests joining us very soon. And oh, hey, I suppose I got to send one to Mr. Gosney. Oh, here we go. Let's do this. Boom. Hope you guys are doing well. All right. All right. Sorry, just getting everything situated. I had to wolf down a quick breakfast because breakfast is great and lovely. And then help Lady Rackets and the kids get out the door. Whew. I wasn't late. Oh my gosh, it's 12:01. I was like 1 minute early. Oh man, I'm proud of myself. Okay. Oh my goodness. I hope you guys are doing well today. Today is going to be a bit of a busy day for me. Today is very busy. I've got it's my 5-year anniversary of content creation today. So 5 years I've been doing this now. It has been countless thousands of hours. I have no idea how much time I have spent live streaming. One day I'll have to calculate it out, although I don't know if I can do that anymore. It's kind of tough because I'm spread out all over the place. But yeah, it's been a crazy ride. So there will probably be some sort of 5-year live stream between this and the night show. There will be a night show with Andrew Branca tonight. No Ty Branca. I don't know if I'm going to have anybody else on or not. I'll decide fairly soon and invite people. But really going to be just kind of going over the past 5 years. And yeah, well, I don't know, just enjoying that. Tonight is No Ty Branca, which will be a disaster, I'm sure. It'll be great, like the best kind of disaster. And so I'm going to be three streams today. 3 streams today. And that'll be fun. And I think Drex might be coming out this weekend. We'll see.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Okay, Garvin Ambrose says, hey, Nick, I got served with a summons for divorce child custody. Are there any referrals you have for father's rights attorneys? I live in Santee, Minnesota. There is a group of father's rights attorneys specifically. I'm trying to think who they are here in Minnesota. Real quick, I should point out that this live stream and every live stream are brought to you by the Locals chat, rekietalaw.locals.com. Look, if you're on Rumble, it's really easy to join Locals. There's a couple places you can do it, And it is the best chat on the internet. rekietalaw.locals.com. It's the best way to enjoy all of my content because you have a dedicated chat room for all of it. What's up, Aussie? How you doing, buddy?
Adjusting to the light. Literally 5 minutes ago, I was in a dead sleep. I missed my alarm, so.
Oh, fun. Jeff said he'd be here, but he was like taking a power nap an hour ago, so I doubt it. Because I know, I'll be up in 1 hour. I'll be right there.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
that.
And as I say it,
oh wait, what
the
did
man
you
there he
shows
is.
up.
What happened?
I was just saying, I said, Jeff said he'll be here, but like an hour ago, he's like, yeah, I'm going to take a nap. So I doubt he'll be here because I know how I go. Yeah, I'll take a 1 hour nap. In 10 hours.
I wish it was 10 hours. I wish I could sleep for 10 hours.
Oh man. The other day I slept for almost 12 hours, just straight through. And I woke up, I felt terrible.
Yeah. If I sleep more than 6, I feel awful. Everything hurts.
Yes.
I'm just sluggish in the next 2 days.
We'll call state of
So is today going to be as
Darrell
big a barrel of laughs as yesterday was?
1848.
I think today might actually be pretty fun.
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Apper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
I missed that accent.
I
Can't.
can't.
Good morning, Your Honor.
It's everywhere.
My name is Darrell Brooks, Jr. Here for this matter without prejudice by special appearance, and I would like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone can please render the account for me at this time.
Right, the appearance of Mr. Brooks is noted.
What?
We'll
Just
not be
ignores
addressing that last request of yours. We are here today to continue with the
Remember, he hasn't
sentencing
been here.
Hearing. I do have the
So he needs a
Zoom
rendering
up.
of the
I have
account.
Yeah,
not
this is
brought
really
in
him.
The
Yeah.
individuals
Just by special appearance.
from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to start his portion of the sentencing hearing from the state.
There's 2 issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke, who provided an impact statement yesterday, to read that statement again. She felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday. And it's a brief statement, if you would just allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will
Brooks.
be preprepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right,
Object,
thank you.
Brooks.
Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either
We're not talking about that.
taking a break?
Yes, it was related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom. Yes.
All right. Any comments or
That.
position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom. I think it may have been a break that may have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
Don't think
Whatever
so.
these circumstances
Yeah.
were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement. I'm going to honor that request and allow her to make that statement before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf. Okay. Other than that, is there anything else you wish the
Do
court to
it.
address before I hear from
Brown.
victims or your family members?
Yes, I just wanted to let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf, if that pleases Your Honor.
All by Zoom?
Yes, correct.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No new entries. All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by Zoom?
3. I guess it just wasn't clear if the 4th was going to be.
Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
Hey, Vices.
I
Do you have
believe the fourth
easy
was
contact with Donnie?
trying to
I sent her the link
access the
Oh,
Zoom.
yeah.
in email.
They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble, I guess, accessing the link from the courts.
Tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Don Allworth, and Dawn.
Send her a message now.
that I assume is Liz.
All right.
Thanks,
Who would be
brother.
the fourth then? So
Well,
Miss
thank you
Marsha
for
Wentz.
inviting her.
Marsha Winters.
She's
We
good
don't have
people.
Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, meeting ID and a password, not a link. So hopefully that can
I
be,
think he sent the link too.
he created the link.
So
All right.
there should be both.
I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again and indicate that it can be provided to Ms.
Do we know who
Winter.
the people are?
It just occurred.
Um,
I think his
Should she
mom,
need it?
his
That
grandma,
might be the
and some.
mix up. Maybe she
two
was
other
having,
people.
maybe she thought it was a link.
There were two
Well,
more that I
I'm
just
not
added.
There
sure
can be a
because-
link, and the clerks have that as well, so it's.
Ahead of the
Mr.
Wisconsin
Gosney,
job
if you're
set.
watching
We'll
this,
get
I
it in the
have
broadcast.
sent you
There's a chat
2
function. We'll
links
get it in there
now.
so they can pass it on, and hopefully at the appropriate time, she'll be able to join.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, then with that, if Brooke would like to stand up, I know it's a minor. And thank you, the microphone is being handed to her. All right, go ahead, and thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dancing granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
Thank you.
Yeah, we heard that yesterday. That was not interrupted yesterday.
Steve says he didn't get your
Request.
invite.
We have nothing further at this time.
All right, then.
What
we
about
will
Donnie?
Bring in the individuals.
She hasn't answered her text
who are
yet.
on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions on
Wonder my email's
how
being
that should
stupid.
proceed.
Mr.
Shall I send them?
Gosney. Yeah. If you
Okay.
could just send them over, that's fine.
Will do.
Yeah, that was weird because I remember that letter exactly yesterday.
Yeah.
So
It
that
wasn't
I got ready
interrupted,
for
huh?
them.
Join.
No.
I don't know what they were saying there that they didn't get a chance to read the statement because definitely did. Jonathan, want someone who's arguably cuter than Rekieta. Radix Verum is streaming on YouTube. It's only arguable though. Talonseer, I don't think you read my chat in last night's post. What do you think about
this your
multiple
mom?
life sentence resulting in the remains of the
All right,
condemned
so
being
I
interned
can
to the
see
walls for the duration
Dawn
of the
Woods
sentence?
on the Zoom. Ms.
I
Woods,
said
can
it
you
sounds
hear me?
really expensive.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I know you have your camera on. You're unmuted. There are two other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, potentially
Oh, damn, that was
criminals on
real?
there.
That is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment. All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms. Edwards, if you could please, I'm going to have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next.
Oh,
If you
Brooks
could
was in
keep
the
your
other
camera off and your
courtroom
microphone muted until it's your
for
turn
the
to
reading of
talk.
that letter. That
That
was
way I
the
can
thing.
give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that
ma'am.
and I've read it. Go ahead. What would you like to tell the court? And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, and then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, and other media posts, used in
Got
campaign
it.
ads, disrespected, stripped of their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. They are the forgotten ones and viewed by many of not having a place in a society. It is no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose. The same my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to do the unthinkable. They must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability for their actions. But we also must render help.
There's a lot of mentally ill people
without correction
who don't run over
prevent the
parades,
act
though.
from happening again.
Just saying.
And in their cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals, and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars. Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion, empathy, and some understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them. Lawmakers should support.
Families are not good advocates when it comes to mental
by
illness.
providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need. Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years. And here's my take on it. And I think I have a little insight on it. From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early, when the signs of mental illness first shows, and it's addressed and stayed on top of, instead of let people lagger and fall through the cracks,
Isn't
just maybe
that your job?
there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones was hurt or was injured or killed because someone of mental illness attacked them. Maybe that needs to be done. Treatment needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on, and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door. It's the same.
Through
You
the
don't
crack
have
hole?
You're just a bad person and needs to be locked up. Jail,
I heard
Right.
crack horror, so
help.
I
treat,
heard this so much when I was running,
medication.
this argument that somehow
big
because
role
you have a mental illness, it negates everything
This
else
is
you
where
do.
we are today if it would have been offered.
And you should have gotten
um,
treatment. You should be in a hospital.
Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness. And I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him. And it's a poem that was written by the late, great Maya Angelou. I don't know
Oh
if you're
God!
familiar with
I
her
knew it was
writings, but she
coming.
was
I
a
knew it was going to be
No,
Maya
brilliant
Angelou.
poet.
Kill
Caged
me.
bird sings.
She wrote this poem back
Oh,
in
no.
1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era, but I believe it applies to those who suffer from mental illness
And
as
guys,
well.
I'll introduce Donnie
It's
in a minute.
called Caged Bird. A
Oh,
free
you're
bird
right. Called
in the
it.
back of the
Oh,
wind
jeez.
floats downstream to the current ends
Stop
and
being a
dips his feet
stereotype.
in the orange sunlight and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird
Not really a
down
stereotype when you
staircase
take into
is
context
seldom
everything that
seen
Darrell Brooks talked
his
about
arms
prior
extended.
to the
But
incident.
she's making excuses for
And
him.
his
This
feet
is
are
like
tight, and
the
he
excuses are what allowed him to be where he is.
the caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but long for still. And his
How many times do you reckon the
tune
judge has
is
already heard this before?
heard on the distant hill. For the caged bird sings of freedom.
Probably several every time
The
Darrell
free
gets
bird
convicted.
thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft signs through the trees, and the fat worms waiting
That's
on
memeable.
the dawn.
Now he's crying for
long.
mom.
Now his
Mhm.
mask
He
is off
names
because he
the sky
can
his
show
own.
emotions that are quote unquote
But a
appropriate.
caged bird stands on the grave of dreams.
I just figured he stepped on a bee
The
on the way in.
shadows shout on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped. Their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings a fearful thrill of things unknown, but long for still. And its tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged birds sing of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness is caged. All they want is to be free of their illness,
Ain't gonna happen.
become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution.
I like the poem Popular Monster by
where
Falling in Reverse
they
way better than
can
this.
get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well.
Play free bird.
We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones,
Oh god.
and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain,
Oh, no, you don't.
and I pray
Ooh.
that the Lord would continue to comfort and heal each of them.
How about sorry?
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
No, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, and I should have said this earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up. So that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Then I'll turn next to
Is it Danny or Donnie?
Mary
It's
Edwards.
Danny.
You
Oh,
wanna
wow.
turn your camera
Like,
Danny,
oh,
on,
Danny
hi.
boy.
and then Ms. Woods, if you would.
ma'am.
How's it going?
Good. Danny on direct.
Danny on. Okay, to the chat who's been asking, this is Danny. She was a district attorney candidate out in
afternoon.
Utah, and we'll get to know you a little
I
better
should
in a
say for
minute.
the record that obviously Dawn Woods was the first
Wait
speaker.
for these
and I have
annoying people to
Mary
get done
Edwards.
talking
If you
or
can let me
whatever.
know who's next.
I'm just
please.
happy to be here. So if I am a fly on the wall, that is
There's
absolutely
no one
okay.
next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to
Who's-
go?
I need to know who's in the room with you.
As the
because I
other
saw them.
poem
Oh,
says,
that's my
and the
husband.
bird you cannot change.
He's
Oh,
not in the
oh,
room
oh,
at the
oh, and the
moment.
bird you cannot change.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I
Is
saw
the problem
someone
with
else.
him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it
I'm
is.
demoting Jeff.
We'll just,
All right, this is, my husband is here.
will he be speaking or
Okay.
just you?
Oh, can't Danny be on
No.
top of me?
No, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for
Mildly
being here today. And
inappropriate.
again, if I look like I'm
Only
looking
mild?
aside, it's
We
only
must have
a
just gotten
monitor
started
that I
then.
can see you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks Jr. And I asked to be here today for 2 reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly.
Finally,
Thank
the
you.
first
Thank
one.
you.
Happened here,
Mhm.
this tragedy that has been caused by my grandson.
Wow, there you
I
go.
want to also apologize to the family of the little boy. I understand their name is Sparks. And to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible, terrible deed.
Good grandma.
Some
Yeah, he
of
ain't
you have
doing any of
said
that.
that you will never forgive him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die.
Bad grandma.
Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is.
You don't weaponize
Truly,
forgiveness.
there have been many losses because of this tragedy. Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father.
It's not a
And
tragedy.
Darrell
It was
has
something
lost
he
his
did.
mind
It's an
and his
atrocity.
life in the
Correct.
outside world.
It's not an accident.
Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12.
I don't
And
no,
he
I
has
don't
that
think this is
disorder that
bipolar.
caused him to drive through that crowd.
No, it is not.
No, it is not. I
No.
don't agree with that. I don't think so. Excuses.
My biological father has
manage
bipolar. He
the
didn't go,
facility
that didn't cause
addresses
him to go and run
mental
through a crowd.
concerns. We must start with a younger generation. Finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. If you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond.
Don't ask the internet to look into your
I
activities,
share this
lady.
information not to
She's
boast,
ghosting.
that is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being. I've spent more than half of my life helping what the Bible calls the least of these, AKA society's rejects. Since this tragedy, I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website.
Great, thanks.
There's a myth that said mental health
PSA should
problems
be
don't affect
make
me.
sure your kids
Many
don't run over
don't
people
feel like it
and your
affects them.
family.
That's the myth. It affects
If they're a danger to
everyone.
society and you know
Common
it,
problem.
report it.
2020,
Let the
listen
professionals
to
take
this.
over and help.
1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression episode. 1 in 20
Really, what else are you going to
Americans
say, though?
lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia.
I think what she said initially was
bipolar
fine.
disease,
Just
Yeah.
leave it
a
there.
major
It's excuse
depression.
making. This is the worst thing you can give a
Suicide is
child
the
as an
least
excuse.
leading cause of death in the United
This is
States.
actually pretty revised, but this whole
fact,
statement
it is
appeared
the
online
second
yesterday. I read
leading
through it because
cause
it showed up on
of
Twitter,
people ages 10
Hmm.
to 24.
and it's just excuse after
It
excuse and
accounted
using
for the
mental
loss of
illness
more
as
than
the way to blame it.
45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voice.
Do you have any mental health experts? Because this is a personality defect, not a mental health
as
issue.
well as the cries of the mentally ill.
I don't know a
thank you
single
for this
person in mental
opportunity
health
to
in my
share with
audience.
you
Not one.
From the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on for those who have been affected. God bless you all.
Thanks, lady.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
She started out good, but then the excuse making came in, and there's so many people on this earth that have mental illness and have bipolar who do not murder. That is wrong, and he is not mentally ill. He has got a personality
We do not have
problem.
anyone else. Oh, we have
Which is-
Michelle Allworth. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. If Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I mean, there are personality. Why is he
Hi,
saying
my name
there
is
are
Michelle
personality
Allworth.
disorders?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm kind of sick. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from home from school.
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last
Did she
year.
just say they went to a car show together?
Really is. Sorry. He is a very private person when it comes to his feelings and emotions. And it
He's
only
pretty
happens
public with his
family
driving.
and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water.
I was going to say, were they
Make your own
shopping for a
family.
weapon?
I've
Is
chosen
that?
to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with his tragic event.
There's his prison wife.
I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home, and helped in any way that he could help me. Sorry.
That's a cute baby.
Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble
Well, unfortunately, that's the only Darrell that
he
a
would
lot
give
of
a
people
complete
know.
stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay.
Or a
During
quick
this
ride when they look
manic
tired from walking.
episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost lose my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened.
You can tell
I know
who
what
the
happened
tolerant enabler
those
were
lives
in
being
his
lost
life.
and people being
Because
injured.
every time they come on screen, he starts bawling.
Something Darrell will have to live with for the rest of his life and always carry that with him, knowing this happened. I hope that he gets the help he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility, and that's
Man,
it.
were you
Thank
aware
very
he
much
was
for your
pimping a
time.
16-year-old girl while he was living with you?
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom?
No.
Well, the only tears are for
Then
himself.
at this time, the court will close.
And I'm
the
sure
Zoom.
he's been pinching his
These
thigh
are
or something to produce
being live
those.
streamed and family and
I don't
friends
know.
that way. As
He's so self-centered. That's his, he's maximally selfish.
I'll turn
And
it
he's
over to you
feeling
then.
sorry for himself.
Opportunity
John
to address the
Moas
court.
says, well,
What,
you
if
would
anything,
eat him
would you
if he
like to
stepped
say?
out of line. Oh, come on.
But the saddest words that have ever been said is what might have been.
A lot to say.
Oh, dear.
Grounds.
I would like to stand up if I may.
I'd like to act. Act.
Oh, this should be rich.
It's emotional. I apologize for taking so long.
Say something ridiculous,
I want to
please.
start first.
Yeah, let me check if the taser's working.
By giving glory to God.
No, no. Don't do that.
I believe in Jesus Christ
No.
wholeheartedly.
I know where this is going.
I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet.
Reduce the head
Mostly
shine.
for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary and
Sunday
shed his
school
blood
lesson.
on that cross. And he died. He was buried. And then he rose again after 3
Don't
days.
you dare say I've been forgiven.
This
He
is
will.
what he's been doing the whole
Took
time.
his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father. It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions.
Oh,
Oh, damn.
A lot of emotion, pain, frustration,
Frustration?
anger, hatred. A lot of emotions.
You killed their relatives, buddy.
But I don't want.
It's not what they want to
twisted.
feel.
I don't want that.
They're not feeling the way they want to feel. I can assure you that.
Narrative that's ran with and taken out of context.
That said no regrets. How is that out of context?
Is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ.
It's too late.
When this tragedy happened.
I ain't gonna save your ass.
When this tragedy happened.
In no way did that comment.
Was it
refer
between
to,
the first and the sixth dead person that you chose?
Not having any remorse, not having any understanding. It was strictly made to that point that I have repented.
Oh gosh, here we go.
That I have asked
There we go.
God for forgiveness. That I have sent many prayers up.
Well then, may God have mercy on you.
Because your family's want you haven't had said a damn thing to them.
Wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard.
Well, good. You have a lot of time to do that now.
Extremely hard. You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this.
No, you've had tons of time to reflect. You've been sitting in a jail cell for a year.
So many pressing social
Minimum
engagements,
time
so little
that you
time.
get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell.
Poor thing.
When it's just you and the walls.
And a big man named Tyrone.
One of the victims made a comment about trying to understand why this happened.
Oh, this will be good.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord worked
That's
in
a question I
mysterious
struggle
ways.
with myself.
It had to involve the accelerator
why,
that
the
you were
how.
pressing down.
How could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me, about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs.
We don't think about that.
I know who I am. God knows who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Only dog can judge me. Just say it. That's where you're going.
He's so disconnected. It's
And I
like
don't
he's somebody else. And this
have
he
any words of anger. Any
Why would you? Homie, you got in a fight with your girlfriend, decided to run
shots,
over a
so to speak,
parade.
to throw back.
Yeah, not just
as I
a
said
person in the
before,
parade, the parade.
I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made. Why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to.
I'm trying to puzzle, wasn't it? It's a real puzzle. I'm trying to figure that out. Why would people dislike this?
Why
guy?
would people hate me?
It's just a mystery. I don't know.
I'm
The
just
judge
like-
is like, what the fuck?
I mean,
It's the Botox. She had it up since the last time we saw her.
I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
respect.
I think he was going to turn
Oh,
and
now you show
apologize.
respect.
I think it's important.
Weird.
Somebody popped
Wait, I
something.
did want to
Who was that?
turn.
I wonder.
Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this.
This is such a
There are a lot
bizarre.
of different reasons why.
We don't care about you.
You chose to wear this? Wear
Yes.
what? Your
His
jumper?
mask. It's
Yeah.
all about
Oh.
what he was
Hiding
wearing.
anything. There is nothing to hide.
It's all caught on camera, so
When you're on TV every day. When your life is being dissected.
He
for the world
loves
to see,
this.
When your family.
He loves the attention.
Multi-
That's what this is all
days,
saying and
last
screaming to me.
Um,
This is why I wear this. This is why I'm doing this.
It's all
and-
about him, you know.
pretty
This
much
is the
every
thing.
social media platform.
How does he have access to the social media
What
platform?
is there to hide from?
He hacked his Westlaw tablet.
You know, God in the Bible is here to serve him. Don't we know that?
Yeah.
Oh
The
my
God's
gosh.
word is
I want
a tool for him to play.
each and every victim in this incident, family members,
To forgive me.
those who lost loved ones,
I was
those
really
who are still
hoping for a
healing.
grade A, like, spurg out
I want
today.
you to know
Oh,
that
yeah.
He's just getting started.
no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know. Also, the community of Waukesha.
Here's his benevolent moment that I forgive you, I understand, or
I
whatever.
want you to know that not only am I sorry for what happened,
Oh,
For what happened, not what
For
he
what
did.
I
What
did?
I'm
happened?
sorry that you could not see
Here it is.
what's
The guy-
truly in my heart,
The guy in the truck with me that
You
was
cannot
forcing me.
the remorse that I have, that you cannot
Why do you think they
listen
can't?
to all the phone calls that I've made to my family,
ugh.
that you cannot hear all the prayers that I've said.
At the
in my
difficult
skull, that
times
you
in my
cannot
life, there was one foot on the gas
count
pedal.
all the tears that I've dropped.
You couldn't see through the passenger window,
this
isn't
year.
that correct?
Yeah.
Couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
My heart, my soul. Jesus.
It's unbelievably
The
maximally
truth
selfish.
is hard a lot of times.
Now I would like to read a poem, the lyrics to Under My Wheels by Alice Cooper.
That's not funny.
I'm not
Yes, it is.
very
For
old
real
it was.
critical reasons.
by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to what they want to be told.
Steve, this is why you and I disagree on the death penalty right
Being
here.
okay with that.
Right here.
It's easy to accept what's on the surface.
Danny's over here
It's
like hold him
easy
upside
to
down, grab one leg and peel it down like a banana.
That'd be
accept
great.
what's being
You know,
put out there. It's harder to pull back the veil.
or, you know, just put
It's
him under a
harder
truck. That's also okay with me.
to
I believe in a vengeful God.
look deeper than the surface.
Well, Chad approves of my joke, so hey, you know, I'm
And
being
regardless,
confident
I need to pull up chat. I'm not even
here. No,
looking
you
at
don't.
chat.
to the truth,
All the nice
I
compliments
understand
about
that
me.
there are
Sorry,
many
guys.
people that would never forgive what happened. I have to be okay with that.
Yes, you do.
And I hold no ill will towards them for that.
That's nice of you. He doesn't hold ill will
I have
Jeez.
to
against
be
them,
okay
against the
with fact
victims.
that people will be angry. Some for a long time, some forever. I think it was clear with respects to how I'm viewed.
That's what matters. How he's viewed. That's the important thing here.
I will not respond to those comments in anger either.
Can you put this on 1.5 speed?
No, I'm gonna slow it down. Just for you.
Like entering a black hole, it just gets longer.
I'll make the rest of us suffer.
I feel drinking in my near
I want
future.
to also say that
Maybe he had an
Cheers.
edible right before this statement, so it's taking him longer to get through each line.
That's impossible
not
because edibles make
me
you more
that
compassionate in my experience. And this does
taking
not
the
strike me
away,
as someone who has any of that.
replace what was
To
lost.
be fair, he may well have, because this is the first time we've heard him say sorry in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but it was not. I feel sorry
with
for the
that
incident.
joy, happiness.
It was, I'm sorry you feel that way.
There's so many
Mhm.
other things that was
Always
lost
is.
that day.
Very third person. Things that were
I
lost
think all
that
that
day.
comes with
He's associating from it.
belief in Christ.
Some people did something.
I believe that all that comes with time. It's a process.
This guy's
Like
a
you
fucking
could
piece
put
of work.
time in a
Amazing. This
bottle.
is so out. This is so out there.
The first thing
It's a
that I'd like
process
to
that
do
we all have to go through.
is to spend every day.
The judge is like,
Somebody give him cocaine
I
or
noticed
something.
a lot
We
of
can get through
things
this.
that
well, this
that I've
is
seen
the last
over
time he's ever going to be outside of a
duration
jail
of
cell, so
trial.
you know he's
He's
dragging
got to
it out.
milk it.
Oh, wait, did someone in chat say I'm going
A lot of
soft?
misconception.
Fuck no. I'm waiting for someone to Gary Plouch this guy's ass.
I don't consider myself
I forgive the people for putting dents in my vehicle.
to be a man of God yet.
Ruining
I
my
will not be making an
alignment.
insurance
Something I'm
claim.
learning.
If I kill a
Back
few
over
more people,
time.
then I might progress to that point. But
Faith with study.
They say kill
Lord willing, I
1,000, you're a
will
conqueror.
make it to that point at
994 to go.
God's appointed time. Something that I'm learning.
ugh, unbelievable narcissism.
Did they fix that shock shackle problem yet?
For anyone that doesn't think
We can only
Aiden has.
imagine.
I've spent time in the scriptures even
Oh.
before this. You're mistaken. Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times.
So is he pro death penalty now?
Are all passages that I'm familiar with. The thing about scripture is not only studying and reading it, it's about applying it to your life. Applying it.
Wow.
To be fair, there's nothing said about
It's not
SUVs in
about
the Bible.
just reading it or being able to quote it. It's about living it. At times during this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial, I've become frustrated at times. I want you, Your Honor, to know, I want the entire court to know that
I forgive you. Is that what he's going to say?
regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents,
I'm just as big a dirtbag as you think.
they were not personal.
Nothing personal, bro. Like,
oh
my gosh.
Throughout this year, and
I would just like to say, my bad.
The constant
One person, I just hate all white
learning
people.
how to deal with everything, learning how to
I'm an equal opportunist hit and run artist.
take everything in. What you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here.
Man, it must be so hard for you, Darrell.
It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point. And so they would come out in frustration.
We wouldn't want you to be frustrated.
Looks like the prosecutor's watching our live stream.
Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal.
Oh my God, why would you say that?
It was a part of me that felt.
But he's admitting it?
That I haven't been able to defend myself.
You had a lawyer that was going to do that for you for free.
Was Jackson able to defend himself? You
I
fuck.
think it was just the pot boiling over.
If you'd done pot, this wouldn't have happened.
I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me. For long as I can remember, I've dealt with a lot of issues. And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface
of the street.
A lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues. not just that, but the difficulties of life in general.
No, a lot
God
of people
forbid
do.
anyone.
Your grandmother laid out the statistics that a lot of people actually do deal with mental illness all the time and
Childhood I
don't
had.
do what you did.
There's
And
not
this
enough
guy
alcohol in the
court
world for this
has
shit.
been very consistent in court for how many weeks?
Not having a father.
You seen any
having
mental
to keep
illness?
My mom sometimes worked 2 and 3 jobs.
Self
Just
about
be able
yeah,
to
me,
support.
me, me.
I remember being a child and me and my sister, my mom only had 2 children.
One too many.
My sisters passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese, bread, spam.
Spam in the place where you live.
Spam is delicious, by the
It
way,
is. It is.
and expensive too.
I love spam.
It's like
Come
$4
to
for a
Korea.
tin.
Korea is the spam capital of the universe.
The Philippines love spam too.
All islands love
remember-
spam.
Spam and pineapple.
Living in apartment buildings
Spam,
and
spam,
infested
spam,
with
spam,
rodents
spam,
and
spam,
bugs.
How much time does he get?
His entire
6
life.
consecutive life
Cereal in your bowl
sentences.
and having bugs in it.
It bugs
You
in it.
pick them out or you eat them. They're called protein. Like, I'm sorry, I was
A lot of
poor.
people weren't raised like that. So it'd be hard
Poor
for them
you.
to go back
Poor
to
you.
that
There's
understanding.
thousands of people raised like that. They didn't go into murder people.
They're just little ladybugs.
Oh God.
Physical abuse.
Oh, stand in fucking line.
Ugh,
I'm
this
sorry.
is
I'm sorry
painful.
for
By
cursing,
the
Steve.
people that are supposed to love you.
Was he a human trafficking victim too? Is he going to throw
No,
that
he
in?
was the
Like,
pimp. He was the pimp.
He's got a
He was
strong
pimping a
pimp hand.
16-year-old.
Well, that's
Yep.
how he learned, right? Is because he was
Yeah.
a victim himself. And
Trying to understand why your mind
Well,
thinks
the old
way
man
it
in the
does,
parade, that's the actual plot twist.
Yeah.
The old man
why
in
you
the parade
don't
was his
comprehend
pimp.
certain things.
you know, I did notice something. There is no strong male figure in his life.
Why no one can provide the answers that you want.
No, you can at least say sorry though. Hey, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for killing your grandma.
The worst thing is that you give somebody an excuse, and this guy has been given an excuse, and it's worked. Oh,
Fact of
poor
the matter
him.
is, I have at times been medicated.
Oh, no, that changes everything.
I have been
Nobody's ever been medicated.
facilities, only for a short time. I can honestly say that life was better. It helped. I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps
To make a rap video
when you
called What the
have
Business.
people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more. It's not the relating part of it. It's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to
Lean on.
to tell you that, hey, it's all right.
It's not all
Can't
right.
let your
Nothing
guard.
about this is all right, Darrell.
This
Here
is
we are listening
amazing.
to you a
This
half
is
hour
just
later.
Amazing. the absolute 100% narcissism on display is an amazing thing to behold.
It's a lot.
It's all just too much for you to take in, Darrell. Or-
It's a lot. And back to what I said about truth.
It's something like truth.
People are going to, like I said, believe what they
God,
want.
he's still going to be going. I'll be back.
Oh my gosh. How dare we make you the bad guy?
Believe
That's
what they
literally
want.
what he is saying.
This needs to be said.
What needs to be said? Sorry? I'm an asshole?
What happened on November 21st, 2021?
What I did on November 21st.
Not an attack.
Oh my gosh. There it is.
What was it? I'm waiting for
It
his
was
story.
not planned, plotted.
Get indignant. Tell us what it was.
On paper.
Brennan,
When you constantly hear that,
I
touchdown.
think he's going to say that, like,
perpetuated, constantly pushed,
it must be the framing.
constantly pushed,
That's what he's saying.
constantly pushed.
Yeah, he lost it. He snapped his self-centered self and just ran down a bunch of people because he didn't care about anybody but himself. We get it. You didn't plan it. You're just an idiot.
Why?
Why? Because you're a self-centered, complete, no compassion for anybody else in the world but you.
Tell us, Darrell.
Because we hate you.
Tell us the real story.
This was not an attack.
I had a spider on my air vent, and I was worried that the air would turn on.
This was not an intentional act.
You know, that was the
Oh, he's
story.
so- look at his
I might be
anger.
on his side.
Was not an intentional act.
No
How about a little
matter
brake pedal?
Yeah, I know you
Jesse
guys
how
had
many
that.
times you say it over and over.
You walk in front of that air vent. I'm turning this AC off and burning the car down.
It was not.
You do a Jesse Jackson impression here.
The prosecutors, there's a good hate dripping off the prosecution table. Hello? Is
I have
everybody
about
there?
it.
He's buffering. Leave him alone.
This has nothing to do with the victims, the families of the victims.
It has nothing to do with him? It's everything to do with him. It has to do
No,
with
it's
me.
not personal, bro.
Grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds.
I'm actually impressed he hasn't
I could
brought up
never
Rachel problems.
point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel. Never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever. They're well within their rights to feel how they feel.
Oh.
Amazing.
I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims.
Oh, well, thank you very much, you magnanimous son of a bitch. Jeez.
Yes. It's all about him.
What?
It was towards Miss Susan L. Opper,
Who's that?
Who?
and I won't even
One of
throw
the
shots back at her.
one of the attorneys.
Yeah.
I'm
probably.
guessing it's her
One in the middle, I
I
think.
choose
Yeah.
to take the high road.
Oh!
As opposed to Main Street. The
That's
center
that
of the
keep
road.
my name out your
Despite
fucking
of
mouth
the
look.
clear
Wow.
language that was used by her.
Oh, yeah, it's her.
Not gonna
Dude,
fire back.
it's not worth it. It's not worth going to jail over a lady.
Beneath me.
Settle down.
Am I angry? Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
sure you are.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you
Hell,
love it.
hell yeah.
Oh,
Hell
uh-oh.
yeah.
But so what?
So what?
Yeah.
Austin's getting demoted.
When it
Yo,
boils down
prosecutor,
to it,
what the business?
the whole prosecution team had a job to do.
Put your hindquarters in jail
That
for the
is
rest of your life.
somebody doing their job.
No, I'm sure she would have done it for fun. I would.
I'd volunteer to go up there. And do
I'd
this.
volunteer to be your DA, sweetie.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchow, I respect you guys. Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys.
Well, good.
Oh, okay.
But not
well,
that
now-
other
Really
bitch.
do.
Yeah, except
Thanks.
that one. Oh, jeez.
She looks like Grumpy Cat.
I respect you too, Attorney Opera.
Shut up. What does this have to do? Is this all about him and his drama in the courtroom, right? Nothing to do with all the people he murdered.
All you guys is
What's the difference? They didn't run
you,
people
Attorney
over.
Opera. I don't respect how you did your job.
Oh my
And I
god.
never,
At that point, I might object on this grounds, just to shut him down.
No, just let him keep going.
but I refuse. to
Oh
get
yeah,
in
he
the
was
name calling.
personally
I
insulted
refuse
yesterday during
to
her
raise my
statement.
voice.
That's
I refuse to do any of that.
I think that's the point.
no. Yesterday was when you raised your voice in court,
And I realized
Again,
that last
you
night.
didn't refuse.
The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you.
Oh, you did?
Oh dear, that's well. What are they going to do? Send him to extra jail?
Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I
Death
need to
penalty
defend
exists in other
myself.
states, just saying.
How you had the audacity to speak on situations that had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations.
This is not mitigation, by the way.
This isn't how it's done, Steve.
No, I'm sorry.
I think every situation is unique in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern.
I mean, it's kind of their concern. It's their job to be
It's
concerned.
literally your job. Oh God!
Which you said you couldn't be mad about.
Whoo!
Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would
What?
understand that. You would think that you have some kind of integrity.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
That's it. This I heard over and over and over again. You can tell that he has been fed the lie that the prosecutor, that the DA is there to be your defense attorney. I saw
Even
this
with
on the
that-
campaign trail. There are so many people who believe that the DA should be nice to the defendant, should be their friend. I'm sorry, I'm not your friend. I hope you rot in hell. Ooh.
Not gonna say anything disrespectful.
You kind of have several times now, homie.
Anything other than
You said the attorney lacks integrity.
God-given name.
What's your God-given name, Mr. Corporation? Unbelievable.
I just wanted to Hulk out on him, just go across there and just lay in, just body slam him on the table.
As far as the integrity, though, I won't ever be able to wrap my head around
an ice cream sandwich? Like what?
Say it. Say it.
did things the way you did it.
You did things the way you did.
Made reference to this being an open and shut case.
It was pretty open and shut.
Pretty.
Yet you needed a
Just
whole
like
team
a car door.
This is amazing.
to prosecute an open and shut case, as you say.
Oh.
And again,
Yeah, because if someone spent 24 hours dealing with your ass, they'd go insane.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild.
I need to tag in, tag out. Your turn.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like they was the reasons why your case had any strong points, not from you.
Oh gosh.
Well, the strong point was the video footage of you running over a crowd of people. I mean, that was really strong point of the case, I think.
From multiple angles.
In as a public defender, as a defense attorney, I think this prosecution team was A+.
31 years.
Mhm.
You said, well,
They were
Well,
actually very generous, in my opinion.
They were fair and they followed the law.
Yep.
you've done this 31 years.
How much time did we devote to the victims of this, or the apologies to the victims, or the regret?
You're that bright.
Have we had
36 seconds, I think.
Maybe he's sorry for the incident, the
And
tragedy.
the way they choose to feel about it.
Right.
Yet, I respect you having the resolve to take on something of this magnitude
I also have respect for her for that.
for this community. Can't be
Mad
nothing but
respect.
respect that.
She did a great job. Yes. What are you drinking?
Regardless, when I leave this
Oh,
court,
Caffeine.
I will have no ill feelings.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Anyone.
Yeah, that means so much to everybody.
He's just a nice guy, seems like.
Oh, yeah, it's misjudged. He's been misjudged his whole life.
None of you understand. It wasn't planned.
Look at her eyes. Oh my gosh.
She's mean mugging him the way he
being,
did.
Live stream.
Yeah, she's doing a better job of it.
I believe even in other countries. I've gotten some mail from Germany, Belgium. A lot of it,
Norway.
A lot of it's hate mail.
which doesn't. I stopped reading it months ago, so it doesn't really affect me. It's irrelevant.
Hate is gonna hate, y'all.
I do want to say something to everybody watching.
Don't hate the
far
driver,
as,
hate the gas.
Yeah, watch
I love when
Rekieta Law
he
and
brings up
Rumble.
Reddit.
those who take the time, spend the energy and money to write and spew hate, not just against myself, but my family, my children.
Me. Watch it on
I've
Rekieta
never
Law and
considered
Rumble.
hate mail. Now I kind of
Value
want to.
anything that you say. Doesn't bother me. Doesn't affect me. Keep
course
up the
not.
bad work.
It's good work. Keep it up. Keep it up, folks.
To everyone else, the people that have sent letters of support,
Give me their names.
The one person.
Mom and grandma.
Mom.
Yeah.
for that, because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's the most hated man on the planet at this point right now in time. It's not easy. It takes a lot of courage to do that.
It's so admirable to
And
be him.
I thank you.
It's the chaplain. It's the chaplain. That's probably what it
My
is.
family thanks you for that.
I hope.
Gotta be great if you gave a shout out to the chat though. That would make my entire life.
I want to say to the mother of my children,
Into that Rekieta Law
the
chat.
mothers, excuse me,
You
Mothers.
down?
of my children.
Wasn't he a wife beater?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sex
Just a
offender.
little bit. Who isn't at some
Obviously,
point?
I think I should start with
Like you ever play your wife in checkers?
the
I mean, you're a
obvious,
wife beater then.
Erica Patterson. I want you to know, if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the mothers of my children. I can never hate you.
One of the mothers of my
I
children.
refuse.
Is he talking to the one that he tried to run down previously?
This is the one that he was
Always
getting
have love for you.
all slappy with before the rundown.
I always respect you. We got a beautiful daughter. I haven't always been right in the things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you.
When I hit you with my fists.
What I will say is, it always takes two.
Oh my god!
Holy shit!
Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my gosh! I'm actually shocked. I'm actually shocked he didn't blame her for his rampage. That
say that.
surprises me.
I think he just did.
You were reconciled with your children.
Takes two. It takes a slapper and a slappee.
That you remembered who I am here in my heart.
Oh, I don't think she's gonna forget
You
now.
remember that.
Dear God, who do I pay to give Bubba an extra soft
My
pillow
oldest
for
son.
when they're in the cell together?
His mother.
There's got to be a spot which you can
Spirit.
shut him down.
I thank her for the times that she was there to listen when no one else was, when I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life, and I was being pulled to this direction or that direction, and just couldn't figure things out. She would take
Like how
the
to use
time
the
to sit
brake?
and listen, and I thank her for it.
I mean, this is now just being disrespectful. So, the judge is just being
swear.
disrespectful to the families
I
and
had
allowing
nowhere
this
to
to
go.
continue.
Well,
She
this
would
is
find me in the back of
par for the course, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Judge
Bandit.
doesn't care.
cars or trucks or something of that nature, and she would
Red SUVs.
do things to help. You know, it's a lot of people, a lot of good people out there in the world still. She's
God, I
one.
love
cannot
the
wait.
church.
She cannot wait to propose this life sentence on
Angel.
him.
That's her name too, by the way, Angel. When I was all over the place, couldn't sit still, couldn't make decisions.
Should be like laser beams from the eyes, you know,
Trying
giant
to
robot.
figure out how life would go being young parents. The both of us.
You know what really pisses me off about this? I spoke. Oh,
He's buffering.
God is angry.
Literally buffering.
There is justice. What really ticks me off is I had victims who were interrupted by their judges while giving a victim's impact statement and told that what they were saying was irrelevant or they needed to speed it up.
Come
But
on.
for this guy,
Yeah, the judge is so lenient on him. It's sick.
I believe
I can fly.
Come on.
It should be. So for him to slander his girlfriend, the baby mama here, in his little closing, for him to slander on the prosecutor, out of line. And they should shut him down. Just like they should shut down victims when they start attacking the defense attorneys, you know. They're there to do their job. The prosecutor's there to do their job. And that has nothing to do, there's no mitigation in that. So it's inappropriate. The
Just a
judge should be
second.
stepping in. That's why I'm talking here. So as much as, you know, because as
I didn't
defensive,
have a clue
all right.
how to even begin to put one foot in front of the other. You came into my life at a time where I was pondering, what did I even have to live for?
Oh, you should have done it. You should have done it.
And in the midst of that, you gave me my daughter, my baby girl. I always get emotional talking about her in particular, because she's such a daddy's girl. We're very, very close. Very close.
Don't you fucking dare.
Yes.
You took someone's child from them. You piece of shit.
Think about the injuries to all the children. Horrible. And the traumas that he committed on all these families. And it's all about him? This is so opposite of what you should do.
When Missy was born, that was
How many
God giving
kids
me a chance to make good
were
on
murdered by this
with my other
monster.
older two children at the time. I felt like
one child, but tons of kids were hurt, and many were gave victim impact statements.
I didn't do right before I had the chance to write that.
I couldn't watch the victim impact statements. I don't do kids and grandparents.
I couldn't either. I had to tap out. It was so hard. I got you guys. I give you props for having to stay by that. That was such a hard day yesterday. It's so hard. How this guy is saying this stuff after watching all that day. I mean, no heart, no compassion, no empathy, 0, 100% self-centered narcissism.
She's probably the single-handed reason why.
I ran over those people.
breathing.
Oh,
No, that was the It Takes Two chick.
She's such a light in my life. Such a light.
Poor girl got this guy for a daddy. Holy cow!
you didn't have him for a dad
She doesn't
anyway.
even understand the extent of everything that's going on. She doesn't know what it is not to be able to talk to me when she wants to.
Oh, I'm pretty sure she knows.
To be able to see me when she wants to.
Well, she knows where you are.
Doesn't get it. And I know
She
that.
actually will probably have a closer relationship with him now that she knows where he is.
And I'm mindful that there are people in this community that feel the same exact way. that lights in their life that were taken.
That you took.
So without being insensitive to that, I'll move past that. I just want to tell my baby girl that I love her. I love you, Missy.
Oh my God, finish.
This is unbelievable. Come on.
This is an hour almost.
My baby
Mhm.
boy.
Some of the chat said 55 minutes so far.
Yeah.
Do you think she might cut it off at an hour?
During the time.
Probably not, knowing her.
Did she ask? I missed it. Did she say, like, how long do you need?
I regret not being able to be there for the times that both of them needed me the most. It's not an easy thing for a woman to go through a pregnancy with virtually no help.
Whose fault was that?
Mm-hmm.
This is unbelievable. This guy.
Having to move residencies because of this tragedy, not feeling safe while she was pregnant, not feeling safe, receiving threats, things like that.
Whose fault is that?
And I wasn't there.
Threats were made. Boy, he's a drama queen
Know
too.
what it's like to be at the birth of your children.
Oh my Lord, shut up.
See
That's
them born.
sort of like birth.
Cut the umbilical cord and to do all those things. I've done that.
With different women. Several times.
She didn't ask. She
Help
made a
me do
mistake.
it for her and for him.
She should have asked, how long do you need, Mr. Brooks? And then when an hour comes up,
He probably would have said like 20 minutes too, because I bet he has no concept of it.
right.
To only know what he looks like.
Maybe he's locked his knees and he'll pass
Pictures.
out soon.
It's a table.
This is no Shakespeare third soliloquy. He thinks he's like, this is just so, he's
For her
self-centeredness.
to not feel safe to be in the city or
There's language from a court
Right.
about
I mean,
filibustering
to
somewhere.
build that rapport. Because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with. And for me to not be able to help her, for me to not have any words to uplift her.
Brooks, you have the rest of your miserable life to think of what you want to say to her. Move the fuck on.
Write her a letter.
It's a thing.
Her expressing her anger to me. Not knowing how everything would go. It's hurtful. I want her to know. I believe God has a plan for everything. And it's about doing the best you can inside of God's will. Say what you want about me. I'm not gonna walk away from my children.
You're not going to walk away
refuse
from
to walk
anything.
away from my
You're going to walk right into a cell and stay there.
This is so weird. It's hard to understand how somebody can be this pathologically narcissistic. I mean, they obviously, here's the living example, but it's hard to comprehend this level of selfishness, isn't it?
And that won't stop for nothing, no matter what.
That's why you're going away forever.
Yeah. Nothing he says will change the sentence. So where he's just torturing everybody with this selfish soliloquy.
Yesterday was made about death.
Taking a cyanide tablet.
No, he's too selfish. That'd be doing the world a favor.
Yes, he loves himself too much to do that.
Reference to opinions towards myself.
Did no one tell him the cheat code? No one told this guy the cheat code.
What's the
He
cheat
could have
code?
had these charges
I do not
dismissed
fear
real
death.
easy.
Yeah? Just
One bed sheet.
check.
That's all it takes with this 3-step process.
I do not
I
fear
can get
death
your
because
charges
I'm in
dismissed
Christ.
tomorrow.
Whether we believe it or not, at some point, we all have a date. Everyone on this planet has a date.
In other states, they're scheduled.
I got a date with a sidecar.
You have been hanging out with Bronco.
Yes.
In the word, it says that it is appointed to man once to die.
Rekieta, are you listening to some tunes?
So
Only in my head.
my fear is I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going when this is all over.
So
You
We
knew
are
it was
too.
coming.
If anyone thinks or says I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going.
I
We're all
think I am
confident where you're going
too.
to, Darrell.
We are confident.
Yeah.
I think.
I think we have very different opinions on that. But
Different directions.
Hey, just to let people know, Joe's strike was lifted. So
lovely.
All got to stand before the judgment seat of Christ at some point. All of us. Nobody's any better than the next person.
Only God can judge me.
Yeah.
there's some people who are a little better than others.
Contrary
wasp
to
in the room.
belief, I do not feel like I'm above anyone.
Liar.
Except when you're in the driver's seat and they're
I
under
don't
the
feel like
wheel
I'm
well.
superior to anyone. I
Mm.
breathe air, I drink water, I eat, I go to the bathroom, I bleed just like anyone else.
Prove it.
Well, feel free to stop all those things.
No better. I'm a human being. I'm not a monster.
Mm.
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 Well, actually, you know, actually,
Animal. I
Actually,
am
you
a
know,
human being.
he is correct about something. He's only makes it to the seventh circle
I'm a
of
human
hell.
being that's been trying to figure out
It's
for
still cold
35
there.
years.
It's just on the outskirts of the cold.
Yes, he doesn't make it all the way to the bottom. He gets to the seventh circle.
Who's at the
Ring
very
one.
bottom?
Judas,
Betrayal.
Questions that I've
Judas,
never
Brutus,
got the answer
and someone else I don't remember. Some Italian, I think.
Luigi.
No, I'm serious. It wasn't even
It's Marcus Brutus and Gaius
I noticed
Cassius.
yesterday in a lot of
was Gaius
victims'
Cassius?
statements that
Yeah, some Italian.
a lot of the victims are
He was another
Lots of big garlic bread.
Caesar
through the
assassination.
healing process. Believe it or not, I've prayed for all victims, family members for a year now.
I mean,
to be
technically, it
able
was
to
some
make it through
Italian.
that
Just want to
process.
point
Yes.
that out.
No, you got it.
But it is a process. It won't happen overnight. There was a big question of if I was paying attention, if, this, that, or the third, which I won't really get into.
There was no question, bro.
I definitely was paying attention.
Were you?
Yeah, he was
I heard
targeting.
in a lot of those statements,
When are we going to hear from your counsel?
people that were having their own mental health issues.
Oh, you asshole.
Some recognizing what it was, others not so much. But
How
that's
dare
what
they?
it was. A
How
lot
dare
of
they not forgive me?
that.
The victims are suffering mental health issues. How dare they? They got their own problems. What a sick boy.
Just can't quite wrap your head around. Believe it or not, you were talking to someone that's dealt with those same types of questions for a long time.
Oh, really? You dealt with the question of why did angry man run over my relative and kill
Questioning
them
life
at a happy
itself.
parade?
Questioning what's the point of being here to go through all this pain, to go through all the doubts, feelings of inadequacy I can relate to firsthand.
You are inadequate. That is true.
Being made fun of, being joked about, being jeered at, being bullied.
Oh, dear.
Gosh.
Growing up, I can relate to all of that.
I can tell because
Me
you got those
too.
narrow ass shoulders.
Not knowing if you even want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that.
How about people that hit the plus sign on the Rumbles channel? That's the
All those people want to wake up in the morning
Wondering
because
if
those
you'll
are the
even be
cool
missed
people.
when you're gone.
That's that "When I'm Gone" song by Three Doors Down, Darrell. You can
The
listen to it in prison
weirdest
while you
hours
cry.
of the morning, just sitting up and just finding something to stare at.
Judge.
Judge, is the judge gonna like at some
Hoping
point
that
just
an
go?
answer may
Okay,
just
like come on now.
fall out of the sky on you.
If you could just make it till 5 o'clock, Darrell, she'll have to shut the court down. It's a rule.
and he'll get out.
3
That's
hours
right.
to go. 3 hours to freedom. I hope you bought like
Me,
a
myself,
snack
I've
bar or whatever. And a pecan.
Like I said, raised Christian, but it's been so many times through the years that I've doubted God. It's time. I think everyone in this room can say that. Believe. Doubted.
Again, this is right out of the soft set playbook. They literally did. The court is wasting your time. Make sure you waste theirs.
I'm just wondering if maybe he doesn't make it to the 9th circle of hell. I'm doing the research here. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. The 8th circle, there's hypocrites.
Just can't figure out why. How did I get here?
I got an idea.
What did I miss? What
you
You
didn't
didn't miss. That's the problem. That's why you're here.
After a while in prison, he'll make it to the 3rd ring of the Baldo.
How did it ever end up with this?
Third ring's scary. I'm telling you now. It's a scary prospect.
At some point, we've all been in that position.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I haven't.
in my shoes, it's a little different.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh shit, you think?
See, the 8th circle includes falsifiers.
Chat, I am a natural blonde, just not this blonde. Just saying.
A little boost.
Yeah.
Perjurers. Maybe.
I said before.
Didn't he?
Wait, are you saying Danny's a perjurer?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what level of hell Mr. Brooks might make it to, based on Dante's Inferno.
I don't have any understanding. I can't sit here and be what people want me to be.
I'll be what you
What,
want.
dead?
We're all individuals. We all
Did they have the death penalty in Australia?
have our own
No,
ways
that's
of
been
looking
gone
at
for a
things.
long time, unfortunately.
We
Definitely people
all-
that deserve it, unfortunately.
Every person I speak to in a country where the death penalty is outlawed, they all tell me that it's unfortunate that it's outlawed in their country.
Our individualism.
Understandable, honestly, because I think that
One
in each
person may
instance there's at
react
least someone that
person may feel
has been so
this
exceptional that
way,
there's no deterrent.
but probably not react the same way.
Not in Russia or North Korea, I would expect.
People can agree
Or China.
Right.
on certain things and still have a different
China.
approach.
Lady Person. Yeah, it's a good point.
And listening to all the victims yesterday that had the courage to speak and state their opinions and vent their frustrations and their anger and everything.
It's shift change
Heard
in
a
the
lot of-
background. Jesus. You come back, there'll be a new judge.
What should have been done, what could have been done as far as to the remorse.
I think I'm going to get
I apologize.
a beverage here. Hold on a second.
Showing
It's like an
people what
eternity.
they wanted to see.
She's got to cut this
That's
off.
that there be understanding to
Someone in chat, Alex Jones didn't even get to speak in court. Watch this guy go.
what's seen in the courtroom is just a small piece of the whole puzzle. Just a fraction. The majority of the time, I'm not standing in the courtroom or sitting in the courtroom.
Majority. The force majority. That's the worst lawyer joke I've ever said. Kill me
It's
now.
not a day. It's
Oh,
not
that
an
was a
hour
joke.
that goes by that I haven't thought about what's happened. That I haven't tried to wrap my head around how something like this could happen.
Something I did.
Just how could something like this happen? Trying to wrap my head around it. Bro, you got in a car. You drove
Where I haven't
over
thought
a
about
police barricade. You turned towards people
pain
and you
that you
stepped
all
on the
need.
gas. What? It's not complicated math here, man.
What was lost and in the fashion that it was lost. Contrary to what people may think.
I wrote a little rap tune for you.
I wish you would have just gotten up and done what the business and then sat down.
The business.
That would have been amazing. Or we would have given.
You
Oh,
get
go
to
ahead.
a point though.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna
Obviously,
say
it's different
or like gotten up and given the most asshole-ish speech
with
possible
me being in this position.
for like
and
1 minute.
Honestly,
make more
double
sense.
fingers would have been more respectful,
the other side of
like, than what he's done for the past hour and a half.
different position. On my end, you get to a point to where you just tired.
I hope I never end up in his situation as an accidental
Get to a
murderer
point
because
where-
my statement would be very disrespectful.
You've cried all the tears you can cry. You've prayed all the prayers you can pray.
Shut him down,
Never
Judge.
Stop praying, but it's repetitive at this point.
It is repetitive at this point.
Yes, you're right.
You
about
don't
that.
say.
You get to a point where
Oh, you almost an hour 20 now? Jesus.
you're
She made a
completely
big
drained.
mistake.
You don't know what
No.
else you have to give.
Nick, how much longer can this go on?
Don't tempt him. Don't try him and don't
There
test
was
him.
many
Don't
court
ax him.
in the beginning
Or
of
do.
all these
That's-
proceedings that I wasn't even sure if I can even come in the courtroom without breaking down.
Oh, yeah, you did pretty well.
It was times where I didn't even feel like I was going to make it
Someone's
through
going back.
May I ask
The
you a
court proceeding.
question?
when I did have representation. It was times where I told my representation, no, I don't.
We know.
And that wasn't
How'd that
because
work out for you?
I just didn't want to come in the courtroom. It was because mentally I could not handle it.
Oh, I'm sorry
Oh,
to
boo
inconvenience
freaking you. Yeah.
I just couldn't take it.
Don't ax yourself.
Having to be prepped for everything that I was
This is called
gonna
introspection.
walk into. Them telling me, you know, it's gonna be this kind of atmosphere and expect this and it's just
God,
like
Brooks, William Faulkner called and wants his stream of consciousness writing back.
Well, that's pretty high level insult.
how am I
Hey,
gonna
that's
do
the sound in the fury, bitch. I'm literate.
I want everyone to know though, when you walk out of the courtroom and the cameras aren't rolling anymore, you don't have the world looking at you anymore.
That right there. He just said it. That's the
That's
whole
when you
reason.
feel like you're human again. When you can go back to your cell, drop your tears, pray, punch your mat if you're frustrated.
Hold on.
Sleep it off. Whatever you may choose to do.
Punching my mat because I'm
And I wonder
frustrated.
how things would be different if the cameras was rolling then.
Isn't this classic like abuser? Like he beats his wife and then he says, "Come hug me. You need comforting for the
remove
beating
all
you've
this-
taken."
Oh, he's gonna get some comfort real soon.
How would
Some mats will be punched.
how would it be then?
Oof.
Let me give Bubba some love.
Bubba loving happens so fast.
Drop the soap, took it up the ass.
Oh God, you got
Wow.
You
Nice.
went all the way there. I got it.
We've all done things in our life that we regret.
I'm sorry, this is so fucking boring. I had to do something for entertainment value.
I got a drink. You should get a drink.
We've all done things in our lives that we regret.
We
Well,
don't know what we were thinking.
some of our lists are different, though.
She's had a stroke. She's had a stroke.
Like I went to Old Country Buffet before the chain closed, and I regret that very much.
Yeah.
That's been like a roller coaster for me in this year. A
He's
roller.
gonna say, "I just want to read a little manifesto from a guy I
Obviously,
respect named
Just
Unbreaded."
everyday life. Some
Yeah.
days
Let me
are
start on
better
page
than
1.
others, especially with life. Some days are just better than other days.
This is so ridiculous. Oh my gosh. This is no courtroom control.
I heard my best friend speak a little bit earlier.
The DA's like, what is this shit? Why is this taking so long? How long does he get to go?
I think we need some court clarity on representing yourself.
Just so people know, PSA, if your partner does this to you after abusing you,
times, but even then,
this is also a form of abuse. Keeping
Yes.
someone up and not allowing them to sleep
Put
and
on a
continuing
smile.
to spiral and say
hide
that they need to have sympathy for me. You have to have guilt for me. You have to forgive me right now, and then not relenting until they forgive you. That is a form of abuse.
long
Say it, Danny.
before November
God.
21st, 2021.
So in a way, the judge is
Long
abusing
before
not just us,
that day.
but the victims, the DA, and the rest of the community.
Yes.
Danny, you know you rock, but I must
was
admit,
struggling.
every time I hear a female voice start speaking, I'm thinking, "Oh, good, they're fine." Oh,
Wow.
it's just Danny. I keep thinking like the judge is finally. Oh, never mind. It's just Danny. Then I get all depressed again. Oh my God,
You're dead inside.
it's false hope.
There is a lesson to be. Danny nailed it.
Then feeling
Yeah.
hopeful.
Very good lesson for like ladies.
Then feeling depressed.
When are
Well,
you
and
dealing
for
with?
men too. If your
Yeah.
partner,
Yeah,
if your
something
partner screams at you,
Then feeling
and
upset.
then you don't forgive
Yes.
them immediately, and they continue to
Up
harass
and
you,
down,
come
up
to
and
your
down, up and
bedroom,
down, up and down.
wake you up.
Johnny
all of
Depp,
that is
right? Just look into my eyes, Danny and Johnny.
90% of the time, not even knowing why you're going from point A to B. Why is it going like this?
What is he even talking about now?
So I think you
This is his
do a
manifesto.
lot of things to numb that.
He was really
people-
lazy and he couldn't afford a ghostwriter, so he just
have
said it all
different
in court, and the
things
court
that
reporter
help
did
numb
it for
Some
him.
people turn to drugs. Turn to alcohol. Some people.
You need to
Run
get
over
this
people
transcribed.
over with your car.
Nick, you could get this transcribed. It would be the
Isolate.
new reading,
People.
the new unbreaded reading. You could read from
However-
page 20 of Nick Brooks's
However
closing.
you deal with it, it's how you deal with it. At that point in my life, I chose to put up a front. No one
A
seen
front
me
fender?
for how I truly felt, then there would be no questions.
This kind of person traps you.
You see someone and they
and you
always
can't escape.
have an upbeat appearance or seem to be smiling or seem to be
I know that feeling.
in a joyful mood.
We're in it. We're living in his world.
Reason to like, what is there a question?
Never-ending story.
How much turmoil could it be?
Turn around and look at what you
Get up there.
see. Yeah.
The first thing they would say is every time I see them, they're
in
okay.
her face. The mirror of your dreams. Whoa.
It's not okay.
Make believe I'm everywhere, painted in the sky. Sorry, I know that song.
Judge, please.
Just stop him. Like,
Stop it.
Stop it.
At what point are they going to cut back to her or she's going to be in the box for it?
Okay, stop talking. Just okay. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Go to prison.
But I do believe one thing.
You've believed one
As
thing
long as
15 times.
You have breath in your body.
Breath. Take a breath.
No matter what you're going through, where you may be,
Steve, that looks super nice.
what struggles you have.
I drink girl drinks.
Oh, look at you being all
that
fancy
you can't
schmancy
figure
there.
out.
I finished all my champagne last night, unfortunately.
You have
So.
to find.
I'm just going through the Kirkland Isla single malt.
You have
Sidecar.
to keep faith, and you have.
It's too much work.
You need to work on your THs, buddy.
God, this is the next fucking Tony
think,
Robbins. Damn.
He's getting new teeth.
Apostle Paul said it best.
Oh, back to Paul.
Pasta
He
Paul.
said apostle.
Pasta Paul.
It's Apostle
Pasta
Paul.
Paul said it best when
That's who's in the ninth ring.
he said,
The Pasta Paul.
one thing I do, forgetting what's behind me.
What if he would have said Apostle Paul, but then if he would have said everything I do
straining toward
it for you, and quoted Brian
upper
Adams?
call, of which Christ has taken a hold of him.
Please don't take my religion and use it for your own selfish ends.
Straining for
That's a
which
sin.
That's where he plays Never Gonna Give You Up, mic drops and walks off.
Acknowledging that it's difficult. Acknowledging that there'll be opposition. There'll be hurdles to jump. There'll be mountains to climb.
Cars to drive.
Climb every mountain.
Straining
I thought he was going with Miley Cyrus.
to move forward.
This
SUVs.
speech is an SUV, and my sanity is a parade right now.
Oh gosh. Judge.
It's always gonna be another mountain.
That's what I've been learning.
No one cares about your educational journey,
Yeah.
Darrell.
It's my education.
Is it frustrating that sometimes people mistake that for not caring? Yeah.
We've seen your Facebook, Darrell. You're
Very
full of
true.
shit.
Yeah, right.
Just do prison nickname Pasta Paul.
I don't want to know what Pastor
As
Paul gets
hard
up
as
to
it
in the
is,
dark.
You cannot turn back the hands of time. You
There's
can't.
some guy named Paul that has a restaurant going,
As
God
much
damn
as
it.
I wish I had the power to do that,
If I can find the way.
I can't.
You're losing your audience there, buddy. We're losing it. We can't even listen you talk anymore. It's like
He's committing another assault on the public.
oh
So I have to look at life going forward, not backward.
Like a vehicle
I have to
does.
look
Oh
at
my
it.
so
God.
profound, buddy.
It's like I drove through
Reality.
life and then I put it in reverse and drove back through life again.
Oh. Hit the brake! Hit the brake! Stop!
I've looked at crowds from both sides now. There's got to be like a 5-second rule that
I've
like, you stop-
moved past the actual tragedy of the day of November 21st,
Oh.
2021.
Well, I was very-
Good on you.
Very good of
Wow.
you.
Moved
Yeah.
past uplifting this community in prayer, and I will continue to do that until it's my time.
Thank you.
Oh
That's
my
so sweet.
gosh.
I won't stop
In that case,
uplifting the communities in prayer, the victims, the families, regardless
He's
of how
saving
anyone
the
feels, I
families?
will
Is that
continue
what
to
he's
pray for them
saying?
because
He's uplifting them.
This is classic abuse.
that's what I want
Mm-hmm.
He hits you and then comforts
my
you.
heart to reflect. And I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I've moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception.
Judge.
None of us can go back and change what happened.
Face.
She's just falling asleep. She doesn't know. She
You can't.
You gotta pull a Sean and just.
But that doesn't mean that my life has to continue to be defined by that.
There's a great super chat I just saw. That's hilarious.
Jesus, take the wheel.
I refuse
No,
to
I don't want to ruin it. Someone paid
continue
for
to
Nick to
live
read it.
at that time because that time is past.
He may be looking to create an appellate issue
always
by
say
having her
shoulda,
shut him down.
coulda,
This close.
Woulda.
But it ain't happening.
Nobody knows what they'll do until they're in that situation. It's easy to say, I would have did this. I could have did this. I should have did this.
It's
I
really
would've
easy
did
to say
that.
I wouldn't have run
never
over a
know what you're gonna
parade.
do until you actually there. Does anyone think I haven't asked myself that?
Yeah.
We wish you'd ask yourself.
What does it matter now?
Stop acting.
I love that. Well, you never know what you're gonna do until you're in the moment, bro.
How many
It
times can I
wasn't the
pound my fist
riddle.
against something and say,
Like the train car problem.
how could this wait.
It-
How many times?
What the fuck was that?
Before you just like have to move forward.
Got to move forward.
Put it in drive and hit the gas pedal.
Yes, I understand there's no issue on appeal. I'm just saying that this is the sovereign citizen thing, right? Make her shut him down. But shut him down. Make the issue.
Forgiveness.
You can argue it all day at the appellate court and they'll shut it down.
Matthew 6, 14,
Oh.
15. Forgiveness.
And here's the weaponization.
I'm gonna start at Genesis 1,
Yeah, let me
and I'm
read.
just going.
For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you.
It's not how this
But if
works.
you do not forgive others their sins,
Not how any of this works.
your Father will not forgive your sins.
And I have forgiven the people that got in the way of my vehicle.
No, all those
get it.
people yesterday said they didn't forgive him yet.
I get
That's
it.
what he's poking at them.
I get it.
Jesus himself, God himself.
That has nothing to do with law and your prison sentence. That's within your heart and your victims' hearts. That has nothing to do with your prison
I
sentence.
point no fingers towards anyone in judgment to
See,
say,
you have to forgive
how could
me.
you say this?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I
If you
get
don't
it.
forgive me, you're a bad person. I'm taking the high road. You're
An hour and a half of this
How people
bullshit.
process this
It's gotta
tragedy
stop.
is
the groans of our lives.
how they choose to.
But don't use my religion as a weapon against me. That's a betrayal. I think he made it to the 9th level there. It's treachery.
Yay.
I could jump up and down and yell and scream about what was said in regards to me.
Catholic hell analysis with
Well, why?
Steve Gosney. It's a new spot on the Rekieta Law program.
Everyone has
I'm
to
like,
make
what?
their own peace with God. And that's what I've done. Regardless to what people think, I've done it.
Where's my phone? Oh. I gotta get my kid ready for daycare. Odds are he'll still be going when I come back.
Hey, Ozzy, thank you very much
Yep.
for the nice call out.
I
It
don't
was a
want that to
nice
be
thing you
confused
said to
with
me.
At peace.
Oh,
And
no,
opening
no,
your
that's fine.
book. Thank you.
It's a
Got it
process,
right here.
but I've made my peace.
I'll be back anyway.
I've got mine right here.
Look at that. Danny, yours is coming next batch.
That
Hey, look, Nick's got it.
only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not
Total
He
amount made from all
started
of
this
those,
topic
0.
pertaining to
68 minutes ago.
remorse. It wasn't mockery. It wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone.
Just because you say it isn't something doesn't mean it is. That thing.
That wasn't what that comment was about.
The only time I've ever tolerated this much bullshit in a conversation was with a client who I
chosen to
should
do
have
that
fired,
because
but paid me too much money.
it was needed.
And so I just sat and listened like this for an hour and charged him the full hour.
His public defender, we don't get paid by
It's
the
easy
hour, so we have to
lose your
listen
way
to
in
this
the
crap
world
without.
because the world is, as we all know, it's a big place. All types of things are out there. All types of
Can you start reading from the Book of
it's
Enoch
easy
next?
to get caught up in.
Can we just get
World.
interesting up in here?
Is the Book of Enoch, is that canonized?
No.
Right? I thought
Well,
that
it
was
is in the
Refuse to live
it is in the Ethiopian Orthodox
the rest
Church, I
of my
believe,
life.
actually.
which is like one of the most
Please
legit
help me.
Orthodox churches out there.
Ethiopian? It is.
Mhm.
Isn't that by Mark was founded the Ethiopian church? Was it Mark?
Maybe.
I still have a long way to go.
It
They're
wasn't
super
Pasta
old,
Paul.
though.
Get to where I need to be.
Pasta Paul was in jail.
But
Just
my
like
life
Brooks.
now is about pleasing God.
Pasta Paul.
It's about what He wants, not what I want. It's
He
about
wants you
what
to
He
shut
wants, not what
up.
everybody else wants.
I need Pasta Paul to bring me some fettuccine.
That sounds so good right now. Hold on.
Part of God's will.
Any simps in the chat who want to send me some pasta?
Oh my God. Don't dox your address. Don't
I
do
won't.
it.
A
That would be
comment
bad.
that, again, was not meant
Insert
in
cream
a
sauce joke
disrespectful
here.
manner in any way. Was not meant to thumb my nose at anyone in any way.
This is the 4th time he said that.
Such a lie, too. When the victims were speaking, he's rolling his eyes.
It was the acknowledgement that God is in control of everything. Everything. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Bullshit. You
He
don't
is
believe
in
a word of
control.
it. You are acting in the moment. Everything's justifying you in
That's
the moment.
what that was pointed towards. That and that alone. For
It's
those of
almost
us who
done.
do believe, we always been God, His ways, not ours. What He sees fit to do, we can't stand in the way of it.
Oh, look, he's still going. I'm shocked.
This is ridiculous.
Imagine.
No matter how much we wish we could, we can't.
Thank God for the chats. Chats are great. I love your chats. It's the mosh pit of the.
Sometimes that sucks.
Sometimes it sucks. That's a biblical quote right there.
I never thought I would be standing here not being able to
what?
enjoy a time with my family that anyone would enjoy with their family.
Was that when you were hitting
People lost
her
loved
or
ones.
trying to run her over with a car?
I'm sure they feel the same way.
Or was it when you
I
were
never expected
pimping
to
out your family?
Be here now because of something like this. That is not lost on me.
This judge needs an intervention.
To
I feel
suggest
like
that I
the
don't care.
victims need to just come and give them a victim's impact statement just for her.
Yeah.
All of them.
Everything that's been said during this whole year, that's probably the hardest one.
Everything that's been said
to
is the hardest one.
digest.
It's funny that the chats are like, Steve, you're great, you're awesome, we love you. Then someone says, shut up, Gosdy.
You got to take the good with the bad, Steve. Trust me.
And there you have the facts of life.
No, there you have the vicissitudes of life.
Mr. Brooks, what do you think this court should do as far as the sentences are
What?
concerned with all
Oh,
of
what the fuck?
she's-
Why ask questions?
No, she's transitioning him
He could have done
actually
that.
craftily into his closing statement after he gave his impact statement.
Honestly, Your Honor,
Once upon a time.
I think I deserve
and I
probation.
don't want
ROR.
If he lived here, he may get it.
just to be not a context.
I don't think I
Oh,
should. go to
Jared, this
jail.
guy is nothing but a smunt.
A what?
I'll tell you later.
I believe
Even on Rumble, I can't tell you the basis for that.
Okay. An easy question. Say you haven't thought about this
you'd be
question.
attempting to answer that.
There's issues with you
And
have
here's
to
why.
answer that.
I'm still confused.
Does someone need to turn it off and on again?
I'm still confused on the true nature and cause of the charges. I don't.
Oh my Lord and
Oh
heaven,
my
please.
gosh. She asked for it, didn't she? Come on,
Yeah.
shut him down.
I also
Subject matter jurisdiction hadn't been addressed on the record.
Oh, God.
Grounds.
You know, if I was a defense attorney, do you think I could get away with this in that courtroom? Would a defense attorney be given this kind of leeway?
hey,
No,
before we even got here,
no one
and
would.
I could be wrong.
I think the
That's
judge kind of likes him.
not a shot
Not in like a weird
not a
sexual
shot in
way.
any way.
I think she just has something
towards Your Honor. It's not,
that she just
and I don't want that to be taken out.
She's
of context.
vulnerable to whatever game he's playing. She's got this weakness.
yeah.
Mhm. Like the
And-
other three women who
Right. And we're
spoke on his behalf.
we're all
say,
suffering for it. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Danny, because there's definitely something going on here with like this pathology that this mental
say help is
crazy
needed.
plays into, you know?
Oh, I can tell you, there's this inherent want and need to nurture, I think, with most women, and this idea of fixing someone. I mean, and anybody who's going to sit there and say, "Oh,
Inflict
she's so
certain
sexist,"
things,
whatever, I
it's
don't care.
not-
I think you find that there's a lot more mentally ill people in relationships than you would expect. And when I say mentally ill, I mean people who are diagnosed, who are refusing medication,
Yes.
and who are putting their partner's life and their own life at
Yes.
risk. And they all have
So
these
the question
relationships
is,
because the other partner thinks they can save them or heal them, or that they have some hidden
what
knowledge
can
that
give you the help you
thousands and thousands and thousands of years of
Ain't you
human
in it
history,
to get the help you need?
you know, that we somehow
There's
lack
so many
the
things
knowledge that
that
they have.
You just
And in some regards, there's almost
don't
this
know where
like,
to start at.
So he's so attractive because he's so broken, and yet
Mhm.
he's willing to engage at some emotional level, like he's showing his heart. And so she thinks that I can help him, right? There's this pathology.
there is a pathology for her, especially because she's basically thinking she's God. No one else has cured, you know, mental illness in the past thousands of years.
but with my
And she
mental, with
thinks-
my feminine touch, I'm
Mhm.
going to heal and make him whole. And he's
Yep.
engaging. So she's like, he's giving her what she wants, which is this broken man.
Very
And
upset.
she's engaged with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you think at this point we're literally boiling it down to the fallacy of I can fix him.
Yep.
You've been
Lovely.
Interesting. Thank you for
Very
that. That's
timid.
interesting.
That's my take. I'm not an expert though. I'm
No,
just
but I
some
mean,
chick.
but why would a woman
Obviously,
stay with
you've
somebody like
been
this who's an abuser?
frustrated with some of the things that has been.
I mean, there's also an abuse cycle. It's possible that she has some
Yeah.
kind of background of dealing with this type of abuse in
Anything.
the past.
But
And her defense mechanism was just to stay quiet until it passed.
look at what you have done. Which
Let's
is,
let him finish his statement, though. We can have philosophical discussions
you have
if he ever finishes.
been very, very keen. I believe that still a lot of issues there. I believe that because of the issues I have, sometimes I may have said things that you probably didn't really understand what I was meaning by it. I'm not
I meant whatever made me innocent.
sharpest knife in the drawer.
No.
I think sometimes my mind probably works a little faster than I can articulate something or pronounce something or say something. Obviously, it would be
Someone wake me up.
hard
if
to
this
top
actually
what was
finishes.
already said about you thus far. You've gotten a incredible amount, a credible amount of love. For your job in this matter. Some even say superhero. Some people, I'm sure you know this, but some people have even dressed up as you for Halloween.
I'm not looking for accolades from anyone. I'm looking here today to sentence you in this case.
Then that's
And
up
I'm
to
frankly
you,
more
though.
interested in your thoughts on that than your opinion of me and how I conducted myself during this trial.
Was it
So now I'm going to finish.
my opinion on that part?
I have a job to do today. It's not an easy one. There's 76
Yeah, it
counts.
is.
I'd like you, if you can and if you want, to tell me how you think. I
Can't you
should
just
do that.
sentence him to the 6
That's
life
what the
sentences in
victims
reserve
have
on the
stated.
other
That's what
70
the
charges?
state, right? They provided their recommendation.
The only thing I can say is one thing that should be taken into account is the time that I've served.
Jesus.
6 consecutive life sentences with credit for time served. We'll accommodate that.
Pretty much negate count 76.
God.
So it's
Score!
That's nice.
So he's been, what, a year in custody, so that brings us down to, what, 998 years or something?
I think it's way more.
Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of the charges. So I can't.
Well, the sentencing I just came from is going a lot better than this
Hey.
one.
She should take that like as an exit. Okay, then that's the end of your colloquy.
Still trying to. I don't understand.
She doesn't want this to go up on appeal or
I
have
know, but
any
it's not
chance.
A delay
There's no
tactic.
chance on appeal.
But I think that's why she's tolerating
I
so
know, but
much of
she's
this.
Not attempting to be disruptive.
Answer the fucking question.
It's not intended to stop the proceedings.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's
As long as possible.
My God.
I have trouble.
Sean's being all quippy. He clearly hasn't been beaten down by an hour and a half of this nonsense.
2 hours.
I've been listening to a lot of it on the way home.
I'm sorry.
I can't say.
Oh, there's Sean. Hey, Sean.
Hey, my guy didn't go to prison today, so I'm already feeling good.
Oh, congrats.
This will be a good one to watch at like 1.75.
Oh, I watched it 2 times.
Yeah.
That everything,
Judge,
as far as
what is your recommendation for your sentence, Mr. Brooks?
in regards to me, everything should be looked at in its totality.
So you don't really want to say that.
This is not going to go how you think it goes.
Yes. Guys, I don't care if you have a speeding ticket or something. Don't try to come in here like he did. It's not going to go well for you.
Mental health issues. I believe that you've seen them rear their head at times. I believe
Question, Judge.
You've seen that rear his head at times.
Mm-hmm.
I've been around a lot of mentally ill people.
I also believe that
I don't see the mental illness in this guy.
Well, ODD is there. Just whiny baby syndrome mainly.
You recognize the need for the help that's needed.
Oh, now he's doing the side mouth talking.
Say something funny, please. Just anything.
You've seen things.
Has he brought up any more jurisdictional issues or settling accounts?
He said he doesn't understand the charges, and he thinks charge 76 should be shut out.
If I was Darrell, I'm like, I'm settling your fucking accounts today, motherfucker. Here we go. We're closing them out.
Certain needs that would benefit
Oh, tell me you're going to ask for community control or probation. Come on.
Me,
He
myself.
already said he had already spent a year in jail.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked for time served to be
I
considered.
heard that part just now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been trying to address for a long time. A very long time. And I don't know where to start.
Oh no!
Yeah.
How
Were
about
your rap
nowhere to
video?
end?
Did you try to use your rap videos as therapy? Because they apparently didn't work.
Nowhere to end. How about nowhere to end?
Yeah.
I can tell you that I want to be able to get to a point in my life where
I get out of prison.
Yeah.
I can have the ability to recognize before it happens, when something could become out of control.
What, this has nothing to do with the
before-
sentencing, Judge. Stop him and say, your sentence, Darrell. How long do you go to prison?
Outside source can maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I will want to get to a point where I can be able to recognize the signs on my own.
I saw the
I want to
sign.
get to a point where
Well, clearly he didn't. Otherwise, he would have stopped.
Yes.
I don't have a mind that's jumping back and forth and all over the place, and these moves, they go from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, and then it's like, oh, I'm cool, and then it's here to here to here to here.
She needs to just say, like, okay, thank you for your statement. Shut up, sit down. I'm sentencing you now. Bind him and gag him.
He's the type of guy who says, "I just get so mad I black out." It's like, you're not really blacking out, buddy.
You just
and not just
don't
this,
want to admit you can't
but
control
life in
yourself.
general. It has not been easy. It's not easy to wake up every day and try to figure out how to stay grounded, or how to stay in a I don't want to say a box, but
You're gonna stay in a
be
box.
able to stay in a straight line, to be able to take life as it comes, to not only be able to cope with things. Things are going to happen, problems happen. Life itself isn't easy. I want to get to a point, Your Honor, where I can be able to say, okay, it's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay.
Maybe
It
after
will
the
never
third,
be okay.
maybe after the third life sentence, you'll be able to say
I
that.
can be myself.
Well, you can be yourself all you want in
I
prison.
can say, you know what? You aren't the only person going through this. This doesn't make you any less than anybody else.
I'm stuck here with the man.
I wasn't asked to be born this way, Your Honor. I wasn't. I was not.
You were born this way.
I don't understand it.
What way? Explain this.
fact of the
I don't
matter
know.
is-
What way are you talking about?
I want to get to a point of happiness again.
That won't happen until you admit you're a complete fucking scumbag.
To be able to be medicated and not care what people think.
Well, that's what Valium does.
To be able to speak my truth without having to feel ashamed that some people may think of me lesser than a person because I have to be medicated for life, or
Oh, I
because
promise you that's not why we think that.
Yeah.
they feel like it's not normal.
I mean, Danny, you do defense work.
This
This is so offensive to me, dealing with clients who have real
Not
problems.
wanting to live to please
I don't know about you.
else anymore.
I actually don't do
Oh, you
defense
don't?
work.
Oh, I
but
thought you
I
did.
also find it
I'm sorry, I
offensive.
thought you did. My
No,
my
I
apologies.
agree with you. I think it is offensive.
For me to be okay.
We don't care about if
Because
you're
I haven't
okay. We
been
just
for a
really
long
want to
time.
know how long you should be in
I'm
prison.
tired.
It's the
I'm tired, Your Honor.
judge. Ask,
Tired.
You're
good.
tired.
He's tired.
You're gonna be
Okay,
fucking
it's time to
tired
quit.
all for the rest of your life, stamping
It's up or
license
down.
plates.
Some days I don't know. I want to know.
Okay,
No, you
then
really
I'll
don't
tell
want to
you.
know.
Mr. Brooks, it's going on 2 hours.
Yeah,
Thank you.
she's
Yeah,
like,
right.
wrap this shit up.
I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground over.
Or
Well,
starting to
So I'm gonna
now.
ask
She's
you
doing the
now.
record, but this is her
I'm really interested
enjoyment out of
in
this a
your
little too.
perspective. I want to know as I consider
tell.
and contemplate and finalize what to do in this case. If there
We
are
already
any
believe you.
sentencing
Listening to him squirm, I
recommendations
think, is
you
helping
have, I
as a
need
cathartic
immediate
release to these
action to make
people.
at this time.
I just want to be helped.
Has nothing to do with
I
it.
Everybody wants help. Guy drowning in the ocean wants help.
Recommend a civil commitment.
Yes.
Okay. Just want help. Thank you.
Yeah.
Accept that answer and sit him
Not
down.
paying anymore. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking
Fine,
for.
we'll put you in a coma. Bye.
The answer she's looking for is a number from 0 to infinity of years that you'll spend in prison.
Yes.
She doesn't know how to control
What
her
doesn't
words.
cause pain, guys, is a Grounds coffee mug from the Brooks Coffee Company on my Teespring.
I really
This is so fucking offensive considering what I just did today.
This way, sir. 6 of these counts that you have been convicted of are intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life without the possibility of extended supervision. Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years. That's the statute.
Oh, nice, Steve.
Third, anything in between. And then lastly, related to that, there's an enhancer of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict question. Did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon? Thoughts on that?
Don't ask thoughts on that.
Thoughts on that.
Oh
Ask
my
what's
God.
the number?
Do you think you should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing?
You break it down terms he understands. What do you think the business is?
That would be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent?
She could have done this like
one after
3
the other?
hours ago.
Just
Or
rack them and stack
everyone
them. Let's
at the
go.
same time? What are your thoughts on those things?
She's stupid here. This is
No, she's toying with them. I think she's toying with them a little bit.
Ouch. Abusing everybody.
I did.
Hey, it's her courtroom.
Remember that one time when Danny came on and thought she'd be able to introduce herself really quickly?
I can't live a million years.
Oh.
I feel like
She should just ask him, should you ever get out of prison? Should you get out on parole?
Not joke's on you, never happening.
I know, but she
I
should
should
just
be
ask
able
him.
to
That's the simple.
go somewhere where
Let's go to Greenbrier Manor, like in the Green Mile.
where I can be.
This is such sovereign citizen bullshit. They're wasting your time, you waste their approach.
No,
All
now
it is.
he's scared. He's trying to come up with an answer.
He said
That
properly
is
evaluated and medicated. He's asking for
an
civil
extended
commitment.
period
Yes.
of a long time.
Extended period of a long,
At
long
least
time.
I know that I'm getting what I need.
To be fair, though, a mental
I want
hospital
what I need.
is very likely to be worse than
At
most
least
prisons you
then,
could put him in.
I would be able to say,
I mean, he would be in severe danger at one of those places.
it's okay. You can be.
Finally.
I literally was hoping
Wait.
that was the prosecutor.
No, that was my girlfriend.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was somebody.
thought it was
in the-
somebody
No, that's not Sue, but no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell her she just made it on the.
Experts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but you have people that know exactly what to do.
There are rehabilitative and
recognize
mental health programs in every
exactly what
prison. This
needs to
guy
be
is
done
not
and what
crazy.
should
He's just an
be done.
asshole. Send him away and let's be done with this.
She should not ask him
be
questions.
able
She
to,
tells him, take control of your courtroom, judge.
like I said, be properly medicated,
You'll get it.
which is extremely needed. I don't know if that answers.
I'll follow it up again. What I hear you saying, sir, is that you don't have a specific recommendation in terms of how long the sentences are, whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're asking me to take into consideration your mental health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would say.
Don't let him say. No more will say.
Yeah,
He's
okay,
done.
thank you. Boom, boom.
And
Yes.
You've got the
Accept his
recommendation.
answer. Gosh. I got to go in about an hour here, so we may not.
What you said, what was the term you used?
Idiot.
The extended supervision term or consecutive versus concurrent?
That
Yeah.
one.
You've been to prison, bro. You know what those mean.
Right. serving sentences at the same time versus consecutive, one after the other.
I want that first one.
Please say that,
Serving
please.
all together.
Okay, so he wants shocking. He wants concurrent sentencing.
With credit for time served.
My main thing is
Very important to get that year out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I said, regardless is.
At least he's not saying irregardless.
Don't be specifically
Just be put
a dick
somewhere and just forgotten about. That doesn't help.
Don't you forget about me.
Why are you saying about Jude?
Obviously, I don't know how that all works.
You do. You've been to prison. You've been at a sentencing hearing before.
You've talked to guys in your pod
Multiple.
about getting sentenced. This is not new.
I know that it would greatly benefit me to be able to be somewhere where, like I said, I can properly
I can do bad all by myself.
evaluated and medicated with the things that I need. It could be something that I haven't even discovered yet, or not me myself, but
You know, our county jail is the #1 provider of mental
right
health
there that
services
could
in
have
the
helped me
state. So
years ago.
He wants
that
to
I
go do like
probably
DMT with Joe Rogan or something.
never
Sounds
had
like.
known up until this point that could have immensely helped. I want the I want the opportunity.
And again, I think we're starting to repeat some of these topics that you've covered. I understand what you're saying, and
I
I
want to beat this. I want to beat this. I
I
want the
understand.
opportunity to beat it, to show that it can be beat.
I want to
many
show the
people
world.
looking inappropriate.
Unless it's a woman, you're not going to beat the shit out of anything.
You know, I want to show. I want to show that
Why is he still
regardless
talking?
of,
Why
of,
are you
of
letting
anything, that there is still hope.
Oh, he
Not
wants to
for you,
raise
pal.
awareness.
I want to be able to show my children that regardless, you can rise up.
Well, I got news for you.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today.
Please
At
do,
this time,
please.
it's been over 2 hours. I appreciate all of the words you've said here today and the fact that you've made a statement.
I apologize for the length. I didn't even.
It's not about
I have to do that all the
Realize.
time.
It's okay. But at this time, I would like to take about a just shy of 20-minute break, come back at 2 p.m.
What have you
Praise
been doing the
the
last
Lord.
2 hours?
sentencing hearing with my sentencing remarks and the sentence. But this time, we will be in recess until 3 p.m.
She could have done this at hour 1. That's exactly the way. Right there. That's how you shut it down. Why did we have to do 2 hours? Why not 1 hour? There was nothing that was added to the extra hour.
Wow.
Okay, first
Hi,
of
Nick.
all, what's up? Let me,
Hey, what is this? The show. The Nick
Yes,
Rekieta
hello.
show.
Wait, welcome to the show, Danny. Hi. Can you
Hi, Nick.
Can you introduce yourself to the chat?
Hi, chat. My name is Danny On, and I have a new YouTube channel, Danny On Direct. I am a civil litigator. I have been for the past 5 years. I know I'm a baby attorney as compared to all of these giants here on screen, but I have youth and energy and a ton of fun, and I will be covering cases stemming from Utah and local politics, which is where all the juicy stuff happens. So come and check me out sometime. That's it. Oh, I
Wow.
also ran for district attorney, and they're still counting. So that's why I'm here.
Oh, they're still counting?
They're
send
still
your votes.
counting.
They send your votes to Arizona.
I had read that there was a result.
Oh, I'm sure you have, because my opponent started claiming that he won after just the mail-in ballots came in night of first result. he was like, "Oh, I won," and then he's been doing the "I've won" train for 7 days now, while they're still counting. So,
well,
Now,
There
now
you go.
also, she's too modest. Brand new, first time running for everything. If she wins, she'll be the youngest district attorney in the history of the United States. She just started her first political career 7-8 months ago. She's already logged in 153,000 votes with the endorsement of the governor, the attorney general, the Fraternal Order of Police, a congressman, the Salt Lake City Police. That's not too bad for a first time out.
Thank you.
Yeah, not at all.
Listen to
It's
this
awesome.
hype man, Jeff.
Yeah.
I know, Jeff. Where were you on the campaign trail? I would have had you come to everything.
Hey, I was there at the KFC day.
That's true. You were. And I'll tell you, one of the funniest things is like, it just reminded me of when I went out with this attorney, but when this attorney and I visited the FOP together to get their endorsement, we sit down and the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, they look at me and they go, "So how much money do you need to win this race?" And the attorney sitting next to me leans back and he goes, $500,000. And I was like, where did you even come up with that? But instead of saying that, I just go, "Yep. 500,000 pay up." So, but I was proud of myself. I went from 0 to 250,000 total, I think, being invested in the race. And I had a national PAC invest, and ultimately, whatever ends up happening, I ran and founded everything I've done on the premise that we need to hold the government accountable, and that the DA has not been held accountable, and no one in our local government has been. So I hope to continue said tradition. And I started my political career 8 months ago, and I have now concluded it on Nick's channel, possibly.
Yes, welcome. This is
So
where
thank you for
political
having me.
careers go
This
to
was
die.
actually my dream, is to be on Nick's channel. Everything I did was to be here. So thank you. Thank you for letting me on your channel. And I'll just
you're
be your
welcome.
fan gal forever and eternity. This is great.
Sounds good. Well, welcome. I'll have to drag you on the show more often.
Please do.
And sorry I didn't get you on before the campaign stuff. I was fully intending to, and then my life got turned into a blender by YouTube. So it was very, very disorienting, we'll say. Okay, is Deed-on65 says, "Nick, please tell her I voted for her." There you go.
Aw, thank you. And
Okay.
Nick, by the way, you're the reason I went to become a DA.
I am?
Yep. I
Yeah.
think I mentioned it before, but
Yeah, I think so.
You showed me how bad DAs can really be. And I went, literally anyone could be better than the DA we have.
True.
Why not? So thank you.
Well, I'm sorry to bring another potential DA into the world. I apologize to the earth for that. But hopefully when you do eventually win, you'll be a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so there's a million super chats that I should read, but also, do we have any thoughts? I mean, that was the most ridiculous defendant statement, I think, that exists.
That was bad.
I wasn't paying attention. Can you play that again?
I mean, I heard a guy once, he was getting sentenced for domestic violence, and he was telling the judge, he's like, "When I just love," he's like, "I love hard." And I'm like, "Oh, that's not good." And he got nuked. But holy cow, this was even worse.
It was just like, why was it so long? Why did she just let him keep going? I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It didn't matter.
No.
You give him 20 minutes to say his thing to the families. I'm so sorry that I ran over your family members and friends, and I'm so sorry to this community for the havoc that I've caused. And I would only hope that my sincerest apologies would allow the court to find the mercy to give me the opportunity to prove I can be rehabilitated. And maybe at some point in the future, I would qualify for release to come back and pay back. Like you say something like that, and then you're done and you sit down. And if the judge just sat there and let him for an hour and 40 minutes just blather on about what he thinks and feels about philosophy and religion and life and the lotto numbers, I just wanted to die.
It was the worst TED Talk I've ever seen. That's saying a lot.
Not on the top 10 best.
All right, let me drop some of these super chats here. Misty 86444 says, if mental illness is to be considered, why was he defending himself? Yeah, well, he's not. Problem is, he wasn't mentally ill. He was never mentally ill. He was just. He has a personality disorder, and don't many or most of us, anyone on YouTube probably does, but that's not mental illness in the same capacity. That's just neurodivergence. Gates of Above, we had places for that, but then Reagan removed them. Sucks, huh? Yep, Reagan is the one who ended the state hospital thing.
Although that was a concurrence of interest by the left and the right, because the ACLU wanted people to be free to be on the street if they're not a danger to anybody. And then, of course, the Republicans said, well, gee, we're spending all this money on mental health institutions. We can save money by cutting this out. So both the left and the right were responsible for that. So I don't believe in that. Blaming Reagan is the right move on that one. It was both parties.
Let's see. You would defend Reagan. Torched medic. when you let your goddamn animal of a son out of a cage, he ran around and was nothing but a menace to society, culminating in killing 6 people and traumatizing 100 more. You're delusional. That's to the mom when she was speaking. Ambo, wow, who knew we were going to get an infomercial in the middle of the sentencing? That was to the grandmother. I remember when that one came in. Fox, she's congrats, Runkle, on the transition. Work it, girl.
Wow.
I only wish I was as good looking as Runkle, so thank you.
The T-Man says, for the final piece of this trial, new huge sale for one day only at the Dragon's Treasure. It's so big, coupon code NOS won't do it, so we must go bigger. Use coupon code PENIS to get 12% off your order. 1%, 1% for every inch. Every order will help me hire someone else to come up with ideas because I'm clearly running out. So that's thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. That's thedragonstreasure.com. Use coupon code PENIS.
Jeez.
Really is good tea. I mean, that's true.
Oh, it is. It's fantastic.
John Moes, it's all a mystery. He also says 2,000 years question mark. It's like it's some ridiculous number near there if you like total everything up. It's a lot. Possible max sentence. Aushenhagen says, Steve, I humbly disagree. His mom was not making excuses for him. She was making excuses for herself.
Maybe that could be. But it goes for both ways. I mean, that you're leading by example. So giving yourself excuses that's what people do, right? I could do bad and I excuse my behavior. It's the worst thing you can do to your child is give them an excuse for doing wrong and failure. And this happens. It's in our society. It's very sad. Don't do it. Are we stunned?
No, sorry. I was dealing with something. Takul says, let's not get hung up over who ran over who. We can all agree we have made some mistakes. Darrell Brooks, probably. The A-Train, 007. And in the ultimate plot twist, the judge stands up just prior to sentencing and says, I was just informed this court does not, in fact, have subject matter jurisdiction. You are free to go.
I'd love that. Would be great humor, but it would never work in court. You know, wouldn't it be funny just to say that just for giggles for the judge to say that?
To the locals chat, I see all you guys spamming me, but you know the rule. It's one rule on that one. It's not my job. It's your job. Spolatro says, congrats on 5 years, kid. You bring a lot of laughs and fun, Nikki. Here's to 5 more. Cheers. Hey, thank you. Thank you. King Casey 44. This is the worst monologue I've ever seen. God, was really bad.
Well, haven't you seen James Corden?
Oh, damn.
Oh.
Wow. Kelly R2, the prosecution team and judge requesting to go to the other courtroom. Free Flyer says, at no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that can be considered a rational thought. Everyone in the room is now dumber for having listened to it. Takul says, can't stop, won't stop. The Darrell Brooks story.
That's the one.
Yep.
That's the one that got me earlier.
87 MCSS singing Richard's voice. I don't know the tune you want. I'll just say it. He's a liar, a cheater, a baby mama beater. He's an unpopular monster. Oh, so it's from. Oh, that'd be hard in Richard's voice. That's too fast. That's way too fast. Here we go. Go for big guy 911. Judge is re-victimizing the dead, injured, and families with this bullshit. Engineer ran across a YouTube video titled How to Talk Minnesotan by Twin Cities PBS, which includes gems on hot dish recipes and the long goodbye. Maybe you should review it sometime on your channel, Nick. No, I live in that muck every day. All right, let's find it. Hold on. I gotta. Locals chat is apoplectic with me right now. They're so mad. Here we go.
I can hear the ringing from here.
It's insane. God. Where is it? I don't see what they said exists. So, oh wait, no. Oh Moy says, Nick, locals demands balls or no balls. Danny, balls or no balls?
No balls, always no balls.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whatever that means.
If this is what I'm thinking it is, then no balls.
Yeah.
It's what you're thinking it is. Richard B. Short. Danny, balls or no balls? No balls, really. I'm okay.
Shocked? You shocked?
I just never understood.
Controversial opinions.
I don't get it.
Lady Rackets disagrees.
Yeah, she looks very surprised by this. But here we got some memes. This is from a locals chat. Welcome back, lady. What are you doing in here? I'm on a show.
I just got rid of mine.
I know you did. Oh, you're gonna give me a hug?
I hope that's not a euphemism.
Get out of here, you. You want to kiss my ear?
Oh, she has the cutest dimples.
Okay. Get out of here, you nerd. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so this is from Matt P7705 says, did he just have a stroke? But then he also he included a meme with that. Business in the front, fuck Brooks in the rear. Oh, no. Let's see. Next, we've got Matt P says, does this have a time limit or some way to make him stop? And
she shut it down why she should have, but she did it an hour too late. Ugh, eye rolls.
Oh shoot, was she on camera? I was hoping she wasn't like actually in frame. Oh well.
Like
so, somebody was talking like about in the chats about, remember an Airplane when the guy's like, let me tell you about Macho Grande, and the perp are like, yes, dear. And then like after the end, they want to kill themselves.
So here's the meme he sent. You lost a loved one. Excuse me while I roll my eyes. He was very eye rolly yesterday. Let's see. Jensen Zeiger, anyone can be redeemed. First, it requires repentance, and I don't see that happening with this piece of shit. Would be happy to be proven wrong, but doubt it. You know, I don't know what's ever in someone's heart, but the justice system isn't really concerned with that so much. Like, your redemption is on you. It is not. What was that from "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" Right? All my sins is washed away. He's like, well, I think the state of Georgia might disagree. Might have a different take on that.
You would be shocked at how many people hated me in this race just because I said not every, like, my whole premise was, if we're going to be merciful, I'll leave that up to God.
That's fair. Oh, what is it? Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and this is man's law that we're dealing with here. This is not a church; it's a courtroom.
Well, that line is kind of blurred a bit in Utah occasionally.
For a good point.
Let's see. Ike and Illis. Now we're just waiting because it's 3:00. Judge should be back any second.
Not much for her to consider, is there?
Oh, they're back. They're just muted. Here we go.
And the mask's back.
What is that book?
The Bible.
It's the Bible.
That's the Bible.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
you would recognize it if you weren't a heathen.
I was about to say that myself. Yes, it's not
My
known outside
Bible is
outside of
humble.
Utah.
My Bible is humble and dark, and no one would know that it was the Bible because I believe in pure humility.
Oh,
Right,
there
and
you
isn't
go.
it like when you give, you don't go and parade it before the people, but you do it humbly behind the curtain?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Mine's
prop
small
to
and like
serve.
pocket sized.
I'm just a better Christian than you in every way. That's all.
Especially in being humble.
Yes.
Humble as fuck.
Oh, real quick, to the chat out there. We have over 23,000 people watching, so please strongly do consider hitting that like button, the plus button on Rumble. Pound that plusy, please. It really helps. It actually pushes the show up in the leaderboard. It's got tangible results here, and there's a whole lot of people who have not clicked it yet. So I would appreciate that very much. And also, if you're not subscribed, I'm 600 people away from 100,000 here on Rumble.
Wow.
So if you want to
Damn.
go ahead and click that subscribe button, you could do that. I would really appreciate it. Who's breathing into the
What
microphone?
is that breathe?
Someone is breathing directly into their mic. Is that you, Sean?
Hmm?
Were you
What?
breathing into the mic?
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Here we
realize
go.
that. I'm sorry.
Please
Oh,
proceed.
okay.
All right, we are back on the record and State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will
God.
ultimately
Oh, fuck, here
conclude.
comes another
Just
2
say you
hours.
don't believe a fucking word he says in
I'm going to
sentence.
start with
Start the bus.
If you need me, I'm going to be sitting here reading Steve's book.
a review briefly of
Thank
Mr.
you.
Brooks's NGI plea. Now, wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family. Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented,
I can see you're creating
some
appealable
of
issues
the
out of this.
things that really impacted me throughout that time.
We don't care
Yeah, I'm
about
finished
you.
Stop
Nearly
while you're ahead, sugar
trial.
britches.
Then I
We
will
didn't
spend
care
some
about
time
Brooks. We don't
talking
care about
about
you either. There's
Yeah.
no
the
reason for
victims,
this.
their victim impact statements. And again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made.
Please don't.
But there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately go through the sentencing factors. because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies, and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something.
A leader.
Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made, or one doctor being retained. These are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information. So police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial, there was, as Attorney Opper
I want to vote
record one day.
How many think he's going to jail for life versus?
And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely.
He does not need to restate
no
this
doubt
stuff.
that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about at any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider for rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations.
I missed a lot.
So that you all understand.
Oh, yeah. She went right in.
They're going to call him a malingerer.
Is
I
my
guarantee it.
opinion.
I said
that
malingerer, guys. Not
mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports
Welcome to the club.
looked at. One doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. The reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions. And that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental
pissed or if he
illness
just doesn't understand the
of
big
him
words.
predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community.
How stupid do you have to be? You can't fake getting on disability.
History of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this, "I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol."
This is the
To the
DSM
contrary,
shoot
the
me in the
defendant's
face.
conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage. She went on, I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend, Turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities. None of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility.
Why are you reading these reports?
By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact.
All of this is in the record already.
When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV,
She needs to make like a cow and move on.
indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. I'm sorry, with the police. She's noting the police contact.
This is just boring. Come on.
It
Just
was
say,
not until Mr.
here's
Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion. And this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect.
It's past 4 o'clock.
There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All 4 examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing
Someone in the Rumble chat
application.
suggested the judge get 906.11. Move on,
Be
Judge.
fucking great, yes.
This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection.
Come on, throw out the malingering word. Let's go.
Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment.
What, that cluster B business?
What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest; 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure; 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead; 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults; 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others; 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations; 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there's evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again finding that there is not support. The
This
last
is your
examiner
life.
and made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom.
I've had
He
clients
was
like that.
too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself, who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do. This is not one of those situations. We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, and before I get to that, I've also had over my
Is there
11
any
years
evidence of a
on the bench
bipolar diagnosis?
of coming face to face with evil,
which doesn't
on
matter.
occasion.
Oh.
There
This
are
all this all doesn't
many
matter.
times good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things.
I was going to ask if we
There
thought
is
she wrote
no
this during the break, but there's no
medication
way in hell.
treatment for a heart
Just keeps
that is
going on.
bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today.
Thank you, God, for saying that.
Court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience.
There you go.
He is fueled by anger
Thank you,
and
Judge.
rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone. And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities.
So hungry.
And a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise, even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade. And of course, the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything
is the
was
absolute
safe
worst
and in order.
Like, I
What's
unironically
important
have
about that
started to
staging
just
area,
hate
sir,
her.
is we know that is where the
Like, just
altercation
shut up.
with
Just
Erica
shut
Patterson
up.
really
Just
came
stop
to a
fucking
head. We all
talking.
watched
Stop
that video,
talking.
multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas
Literally
station.
fed
how you
dogs,
turned
ate
the wrong
breakfast,
way down
started
Greenway
laundry, and
Street,
she's still reading.
waved your
and
hands in
talking.
the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove
Nick,
down.
remember yesterday when you said you thought this would take about an hour?
Why is it taking so long?
But what's important is the signage. Even you at one point,
She's going to drag this to 5
I
p.m.
believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment. It was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way,
I'm waiting for his behavior to
she
ramp
showed
up as
grace
this gets
and
closer.
dignity facing you.
That's all I'm watching this for.
Clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point.
That's not true.
We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders. not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that.
She doesn't need to do any of this.
Even your pending cases.
Just start.
I agree with Darrell Brooks. I don't need no case law.
We know at the time
He
of
doesn't
all
need
of this,
case
right? You
law.
were out on bond for
Holy
two
crap, we actually agreed
cases,
for once.
one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle and Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this.
I could have gone and gotten a
Where she
salad bite.
was. She invited you out there. And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical. Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
Sentence him.
Mr.
Just
Brooks.
say, sign, gag him.
Sentence him and then finish your soliloquy.
Yeah.
It said that they know it was
Just drop the sentence on his ass.
She should have the bailiff gag him right now.
Do not
now
interrupt me
you-
or you will be removed to the other
and now you
courtroom.
want to sit up here
No, gag him
Stop.
there.
and try to,
Now.
add
Now's
something
the
in
time.
that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time-
grace and all this. You talking about someone.
Have him removed right now.
Is this the
Need to
ramping
stop
that
right
you were
now
talking
or you will
about?
be removed.
Remove me then.
Remove him.
Gag him.
He will be
No,
removed.
gag
He
him
cannot
there.
simply stay
I don't
quiet
consent
in
to
this
being
court talking.
No.
Hey, I don't
Give him
consent to this.
control
Just like I
again.
told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until
I
he
don't
moves
even
to the other
understand
courtroom.
Dumb,
the
stupid,
true
dumb.
Just
Worst judge.
sentence.
He's going to his summer home. Leave him alone.
Just
Gag
drop
him.
the sentence on him.
Gag him, bind him to the chair, sentence him, and never let him talk again. He's done. Why is this so fucking hard?
Because I think I would argue, Nick, yes, she can gag him, and Illinois v. Allen allows that, but I'm really willing to bet an appeals court's going to say you should really avoid doing that if you don't have to.
Nope, I disagree.
Do you think they'd be fine at this point?
I think they'd be perfectly fine with him being gagged. She's pronouncing sentence. He has nothing to offer. There's nothing for him to say. She's pronouncing sentence. Now, she's going way too far. I've got a judge. Judge Sombrano was our chief judge. Great judge in our committee. He doesn't do any of this stuff. They come in there. It's okay. I'm sentences. I've considered the facts. I'm going to sentence you life in prison on count 1, life in prison on count 2. Let's go right down.
Yeah.
Why do you have to recount everything and all?
Yeah, I think this is overkill.
It's
Read all the
ridiculous.
damn reports. And,
Okay,
But-
let's be fair to the judge. Maybe she's not doing this for us or for anyone watching except for the community. Maybe this is where she sees her role as a healer. I see you all shaking your heads. Never mind.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you
But-
that
but-
she's doing it. I just think that she's an idiot.
Well,
Yeah. I agree with you as well.
It's like just sentence him. Just sentence him. Just
should
The
come out of
people
your
came
chambers.
here. Yeah.
Say, okay, life in prison, life in prison, life in prison. Okay, count 1, life in prison. Boom.
That's what the people
Bye.
came for. They
Yes.
didn't come to hear her rehash a
well, especially
psych report for the 4th time.
especially in a case like this where she doesn't have any discretion at all, really.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
her
mean, if
her
she-
discretion is literally parole or not. Parole sometime or parole never.
Does she
Yeah.
even have that discretion?
No, I don't think she does.
She intimated that she did,
Hmm.
I don't
but
know.
I
Wisconsin.
didn't.
doubt
I
it,
didn't
but-
think so.
Yeah. But
But
I
She
just
just asked what he wanted,
Yeah, that's
not
true.
what she could give him.
That's true.
like I get when the judge and these things drag out when it's like it's coming down to the wire and it really does matter what your guy says or doesn't say and maybe sways the judge. But yeah, at this point, we already know what's going to happen. He knows what's going to happen. This part should be done, but I don't know. I think she's just trying to. I think she's just had it so in her mind that she shouldn't do anything but remove him. That she just keeps going back to that.
Well, the point is that none of these. She doesn't need to repeat herself every time she decides something.
Yes.
That once you make a ruling,
Mhm.
that is in the record, the reasons for the record, and it's already been ruled on. So going back and reiterating everything over and over again, he's in the penalty box. It's not. It's in
It's a
the
summer
record.
home.
What was Fort Darrell?
Yeah, it was
Fort Grounds.
Fort Brooks. Yeah.
Yeah, when they tore it
I
down.
love
on
Fort
Ground Zero.
Brooks. I love Fort Brooks. God, that was so funny.
They'll rebuild it.
Yeah.
We have the technology.
Ground Zero will always be in our hearts.
Someone said she is paid per hour. She needs that cash for a bling bling. Judges are not paid by the hour.
No.
Judges are salaried.
No,
got
there's a reason why they're fast on their dockets.
The Sean Cup. I've been drinking out of the Sean Cup. This is hilarious. Everybody was asking me about this. Like, what is that? What's the ground? What does that mean? And I'm like, you don't even want to know.
Well, I'm actually waiting to get your book. I think it's in my mailbox, so I got to go pick that up.
Really? Did you buy it?
Yeah.
Oh well, thank you very much, Sean. That's very kind. Well, I bought your cup, so I guess it's an even trade. Right?
Sure.
Lady Raggets lies. It's plugged in right behind me. You can actually see the green light right there. It's plugged in and functional. It's just empty.
I got to go in about 10 minutes here. So
What's behind you?
A mini fridge.
Oh.
I've got a little Xbox shaped mini fridge.
Cute.
Yeah. But I've never put anything in it. It sat under my desk unplugged in for months, and then I finally plugged it in.
I need to first
confirm
that Mr.
Now she's gonna go through all this.
The court,
He got kicked out of the courtroom stuff.
If someone, I can see on the screen there is a head set on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. And this court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt
she talks like an M. Night Shyamalan
to remove him from the courtroom.
Just over-explaining things that do not need explanation.
The benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present. What I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make.
Then fucking get on with it.
She doesn't need to make any record of this sort. Pronounce the sentence and be done with it.
I'm going to backtrack.
Oh, God.
You're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me.
Previously.
You're not going to interrupt.
Oh, wow. You're really manning up on him. You're letting him not interrupt, aren't you?
I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but
it is a tangent
that I made.
Danny's getting into the pain now. I know.
Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will
Oh, she's going to let him back in.
what you may not like me saying.
You know what she reminds me of is one of those judges where after the hearing is, finished and you win, and the judge says, "Hey, I'd like you to prepare the order."
Illinois versus Allen,
that goes on for like an hour before they actually pronounce their order, and then you have to go back and listen to the recording.
You
to
are not
remember anything that he said or she said.
All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating.
Old boomer judges,
so
they
I
do
have
good
muted
stories.
him at this point.
I feel like she talks a lot.
Honor the simple rule of courtesy and decorum that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me. But that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable.
Again, one of my
to do.
daughters,
I'll find my note that I
she was
wrote
younger,
later.
considerably younger, but when we would go on road trips, she would have to
You've
go to the
had
bathroom like
to do
Every 10
with,
minutes.
frankly, what this court has
And it was
observed
a
as
way
a
she could
pattern
exercise
with
control
Mr.
over the
Brooks,
situation
and
that she
is
didn't have.
when
That's what he's
testimony or
doing.
statements
And
by
he's
the court
been
or
doing it the
statements by the
whole time.
prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out.
He's a 2-year-old.
He disrupts. And
That's interesting. I've never
he has
thought
been
of that
borne out
before.
time
Nick?
after time.
Yeah, he was
Wise
never
man
properly
during this
socialized.
trial. So let me go through
He
and
wasn't
pick up where I
trained.
left off about
Well, he was never also properly had his
not going
ass
through
kicked either.
everything in detail, but I think it's important.
Nah, he was
to set
abused.
the stage,
Missed that part.
right, and the basis for
What part was he?
my
He was
sentencing.
abused.
Oh, yeah. Well, as a grown man, he never got his ass handed to him.
One of the things that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony, because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle. He was afraid of police, the tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay. Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom. He has forfeited his right to be present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in.
Listen to how
What the fuck would that make
exasperated
different?
she is.
Yeah.
Like,
Does he have to get that pledge notarized?
you've been.
Does she have to accept it and return it for value?
One of the
Yes.
things I tried to do,
She should scribble it out and say rejected.
I'll tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have
Please don't read
9 notepads.
All of her notes, ULL.
I got to go in 5
the
minutes, so
exhibits, but
this ain't going to happen. I wanted to hear the life sentence pronouncement.
I really wanted to
Just write
determine
grounds.
for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you?
This is worse than reading a jury.
It's going to show her Pinterest selections.
I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing.
Well,
that.
actually, I think she's getting to the heart of the matter now.
Is she?
I think she's
know
getting. We
he
did all this
entered
bullshit for how long? Did you actually do
White
this
Rock,
crime? Yeah.
where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34 and a
Sounds like a
half miles
grocery
per
store.
hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge
Welcome to
math is not my
Bosco's.
strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen.
Judge math.
It was a matter of minutes. I think
Lawyer
15
math.
minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was
Wait,
somewhat hard
to
to
go
gauge
8
during
blocks
the
at
trial.
35
because
miles an
of
hour is not
how the
3
state
minutes.
It's like 90 seconds, if that.
But they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down,
Like we said, lawyer math.
showing it at half speed, sometimes 30%
Nuts.
speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening.
Why is the
And
judge
at no
doing the
point did
prosecutor's
anyone
closing?
ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took.
doesn't
But
matter how
even
long
though
it's
it took just a couple of minutes,
I'm going to go get some bread. I'll be right
many
back.
opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face. Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing.
Judge, I have a
Detective
5-year anniversary
Casey
stream to
said
do today. Come on.
he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge. He's not coming in. When you come down White
I
Rock,
pledge
you
allegiance
can take
to
a
the
hard
judge
left
of Fort Grounds.
on East Main Street.
I didn't make it. Got to go. Bye. Bye.
Pleasant.
Later,
Bye,
buddy.
Steve.
Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White
Don't
Rock
turn
Avenue.
around.
Dude, I almost
But
did that.
instead,
Oh,
You want to see my
if you all try to
your
picture
karma
what
starts in town.
it may
Oh,
be,
oh.
there's squads with lights. There's barricades.
Dude, shut up.
I know I read
Smashes through the barricades the
other
white man put in his
motion
way.
that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack. And he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn?
Because he wanted to.
He's like throwing his hands in the air like you don't care.
There's no reasonable explanation other than
Yeah.
he was angry.
It's the new dance. Do
he
the
was
Darrell.
full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at. He drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue.
No, I will give her credit
Continuing
for flat
down,
out ignoring
he could
him
have
now.
gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade. He can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor. Thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights and many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on.
Why are we still pretending that
just
this
past
is
Barstow,
anything other than intentional?
he
You
strikes his
don't have
first
to walk
victim,
through
Nicole
this. You
White.
already did. It's on the
She
record.
was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course,
Grounds.
the Waukesha South Band.
Grounds.
Did he? Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
Someone had this on a soundboard.
What I want.
Don't do that.
Bastard.
And
I
not
thought he
have this
actually said it.
reaction.
Is she crying?
Those were images that frankly kept me up at night.
Oh my God.
That I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me to get up on the stand to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students. Talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim.
We need
I
that
didn't know I
scene from
struck someone."
Airplane. It's just a line of
This
people.
was driving
Get a hold
over
of yourself.
people. What Kyle Buell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burst Logistics. Between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well.
Danny, did you
And then,
make
of
a sandwich?
course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And
That's rude.
Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about,
I was hungry.
again, having to come into this courtroom.
I'd
talk
make you
about
one if I was there. Sorry.
who were injured. And of course, little Jackson Sparks, another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened. And Josh,
Did she get hair extensions? I swear her hair was a little shorter.
I don't know. She got fucking speech
and then the
extensions,
Extreme
though.
Dance Group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you. And because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself.
Chat's getting weird. I'm turning off the cam. Sorry.
The vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle. And when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho." And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound.
Jeff, wake up.
I'm awake.
Saw a
Eat
child
your sandwich.
injured in front.
Don't worry, you can get a full 8 hours in while this woman talks.
Yeah, I should have.
A
Jeez.
child and Jane Kulik behind and two victims ahead. He saw two
I'm
of
just
the
here watching
dancing
degenerate
grannies.
chat. I stopped paying attention to
What
her
he
hours ago.
described as the SUV traveling faster.
Watching you
than
sleep,
the limit.
Jeff, would probably be more entertaining than this.
What
People
I
are
wrote
like,
down from his testimony.
only
is he's a
watching because it's
combat
on
vet.
Rekieta, and
this
I'm
is
like,
what he
I'm only
said.
watching because
I've
locals
never
chat exists.
Saw anything in a safe area.
Symbiosis at this point.
You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed.
gosh.
There's screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle given the injuries she sustained, with a tear in her spleen, significant road rash cuts requiring facial
She
surgery.
is making me less empathetic,
What
which is
Mr.
such
Mann
a
described
difficult thing
the
to do.
driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly.
Yes, they were severe. That's why they're fucking dead.
I was impressed.
God, they make her fucking pathologist at this point.
And Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done and it being consistent in height.
I'm at the heights of not
With-
giving.
Yes,
shit.
we get it.
Render
When
the sentence.
when Grandma Sue's face
Big
left a dent in the hood,
And of
yes, it
course,
probably killed her. We get
Dr.
it.
Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken
Not stirred.
from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind would be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about
I would rather look at my
finding
Steam
wherewithal to
downloader than listen to
get out
this
of the
anymore.
way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could
I
see
may
the
or may not be
pain on
window
his
shopping.
face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old.
With me or throwing your
Wasn't
kids,
quick
like she
enough.
just mentioned.
What? Oh,
She mentioned throwing a
testified
3-year-old.
that
So
he
it's like,
thought this was
Oh,
a
shit. Okay,
terrorist
poor timing.
act. That
She's
SUV did not
honestly
stop.
going to run this thing out of
I
time.
referenced the speed already. The
It's
ACE
4
speed
o'clock, y'all.
estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more
she's
than
going to
that.
start her this 24-hour stream.
Calculation
That's what
by
she's
Michael
doing.
Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of
The Judge
averaging
Griftathon.
32 miles
Yes.
per hour. And then, of course, the
24-hour milker stream.
by the State Patrol
Speaking
finding
of 24-hour
no
streams.
mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin assistant
cheeky
chief who
fucker.
attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple.
What? I
He
might as well
provided
drift
the
while it comes up.
testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver. He saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. And he testified he seemed excited about what he had done.
I get excited when I crank to the right too.
Another off-duty police officer, this one from Wauwatosa, talked about how he
Even
saw
she is
Mr.
bored
Brooks
with what
after
she's
the crash
saying.
crash the vehicle, hear him
I have no idea why
yell
she's
out an
still
expletive
talking.
and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact.
FBC, no, look, we'll drink on
He
your behalf,
testified
okay?
He put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio
This is bordering on a Nathan Mevin violation.
about one person, then like 15 people, and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dog leg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force. What did he do after? What did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber.
Are your judges elected?
All within minutes of all of this.
Mine
happening.
are.
In
This
Ohio,
judge-
they are.
He was
This
in such a
judge is as
hurry to
well.
get out of there. He left his phone in the SUV.
She's not up for election this year, though.
He
coming
calls
up.
his mother, who arranges for an Uber.
It doesn't matter. This is on video recording.
Never showed up.
Yeah.
Having just run an election in
Right. Ultimately,
legal
where he was
capacity or for a
And
legal
of course,
position,
the
Yeah.
I would
ring
absolutely
footage
be
of
doing
his
this.
contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute.
Oh my God! Remember when we were
Noticing
waiting
that
for him to shut
after
the fuck up?
Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear, ultimately asks him
Pocket
for
sandwich.
his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state
this
issued
judge needs to
ID.
start an ASMR
It
channel.
itself
Makes
is
me-
registered in his mom's name. It's the same address.
Isn't this what you do on ASMR? You just sit there and
documentation
Talk
found
forever.
talk
in the Ford Escape.
forever and do really uncomfortable things like put your hand up next to the camera.
You also lick your microphone.
I was gonna say I'll take one of those like tongue
You have
licking
to talk like
microphones
this.
over this
You're like,
video.
Substation.
Yes,
Ultimately
you talk
taken
like
to
this.
Waukesha Memorial Hospital.
I object. I'll
What's
show you my
notable
brief.
about the
Growl.
I
video
did something like that as a joke once on a podcast, and
from
everybody had a good laugh, and then we stopped the podcast and said, "Wait a second, we should probably clip that out."
I'll
Just
give you something to
no
suppress,
obvious
Nick.
signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements
not
that
even
he's not from
listening.
the area.
what was that?
He doesn't appear disoriented.
He's
confused,
trying to sign a waiver or whatever, and she said doesn't.
jovial
She said didn't cut it,
atmosphere between him and one
and I
of
think
the
she's just finally said fuck it, he's
detectives.
done, which is nice to see.
The next day, he
Goddamn.
lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides.
Mhm.
I really like the
Over the
font
course of those 5 hours, he never once
on her
references the
name
parade.
plaque.
He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start
Yeah, it
talking
needs to be
him
sans serif on a
about
plaque.
the domestic altercation because by that time it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park and Mr. Brooks. We also know because of the bond conditions in the two felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever. But he does.
It's not even relevant.
Time during the 5 hours on November 22nd, does he make any admissions? Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that vehicle.
Because we know he was driving it. None of this is weird. Why are we talking about this? Why is this part of the sentencing? This is insane.
At one point, Detective Carpenter says one of two people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks's response is, don't spin it. One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial, Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial, or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand. He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns.
You've already
He brought up
established the
recall
record that he's
after the
competent.
fact. He talked and asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours.
It's like an e-girl trying to tell a
on
joke.
behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics.
If she got in a hot tub, this would be tolerable.
I disagree.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, you'd be
What-
super
what
chat.
next?
You'd have her write
No.
Nick Rekieta on her arm.
My note that I found.
No.
Uncle!
And this-
No, it's
Hey.
Uncle in Lodge. Hey, what's up, guys?
You know, at times,
Logan, we're 8
Right,
hours
we've seen
into
eye
this
rolling.
1 hour sentencing.
laughing, hand gestures.
Joe.
We have to put Ian and Danny together on
Many
this,
times
on
and
the
most
column
times.
here.
No, you don't need to do
Emotionless.
that. His hair is better than
Unless
mine.
he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way.
I am not an e-girl.
What did this
I don't get
community
paid that
suffer
much.
as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Rory Lockett described it as the sense of personal safety you robbed from us.
She knows her spotlight is coming to an end, so she's milking this clock.
Oh,
Remember an
lots
hour
of
and a half
judges
ago?
love to do this.
I believe it was Bill
But,
Mitchell who said,
Remember an hour and a half ago
The
when she was
only life he
chastising
seems to
him for
value
talking
is
for
his
2 hours?
Jason
Just
referred
get to the
it as
point. The
people.
smallest box we can find for the longest time we can.
And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward.
My sleep
No
has been
remorse.
stolen.
What he said
This
you
is like
look
that
like a
shitty
monster.
sitcom
You look
episode where they just clip
disrespectful
in a
to
bunch
court
of
and
the old
witnesses.
episodes. Like,
You look
remember when
like-
this happened and this
Yeah, they're
happened?
stuck in the elevator.
Yeah, we saw it. That's why we're here watching the finale.
Forgive you.
No, we're not forgiving you. We're not.
Sorry for the clip show. Have no fear, we've got content for you.
Margaret talked about the mental, physical, and emotional toll.
We know. We watched Margaret talk about it.
She talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that. I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal. She talked about emotionally every day.
Guys, I don't know
She's
if I'm going to
reminded
be
of
able
the
to make it
physical
to my
pain and the
11
loss
p.m.
of
show
self.
because I think I'll still be
That
here.
she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today
I'm serious.
she will
24-hour
move on.
live stream.
Is she going to do
Just
the
no
entire
charity.
trial again?
Apparently.
Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the
She's making me
immenseness
relive
of
the
this,
trial.
confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located. He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time, but that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president, and how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense. And speaking at Jackson's funeral, he talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, very gracious, very entitled. We heard
Are you gonna
next
go
from
through-
Jessica and Juan.
You're going through all 36 of
And
them, aren't you?
She
You're going to go
is.
through all 36 of these fucking
Their-
impact statements.
How this impacted
Oh.
them, the loss of their son's friend Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then of course the Blazers. And how I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson
I'm gonna go get some gum. I'll be right back.
and how she will forever have that
Can you
image
bring me a
burned.
gun?
Make sure you hurry. You don't want to miss anything.
So grateful when she found her son.
I mean, I
Actually
do
just
have
bought
one,
one,
but I
so-
can't bring one to you.
To shield him
I'll go get gum. I'll be right back.
not once but twice. They had to run because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror.
This is when the crew of the Enterprise finds out they're caught in a space-time continuum loop when she when she recaps what he says and then
Many
recaps what
people
she has
talk
just
about
said.
PTSD.
It's important to remember that this is
And for
still the
her,
same hearing that these
really
statements occurred
struck
in.
by how difficult it has been. because of what she saw.
Like there was
Not able
the
to
hearing
be a
was
teacher.
continued for the court to
How she's
adjourn for the evening,
hypervigilant.
but it's the same
Every
hearing.
sound
Right.
sends her into a panic. How her joy has been stolen.
It's like we have to watch the replay from different angles to really know what happened.
But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month
Back
ago
into
was
the
she able
left.
to return to work, but in a very different capacity. She
It looks like
commented
his
on
knee is almost touching the
Mr.
ground.
Mr. Brooks,
Let's look at it from the other side.
and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself. She said it He will always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through.
In fairness, it could be she's trying to help the victims feel like they were heard.
There's
You know,
attacks that no one will
like
ever
I
do.
was listening. Don't think it was in vain when you were talking. So in that sense, perhaps is a
We
therapeutic.
heard
element
next
to
from
it.
the Sparks family.
I thought that at first too, about an hour ago.
Oh, sorry, I only came in 10 minutes ago. So.
Well, but this is the trial he wanted to run jury
Men
nullification
want to
on.
make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson. The horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker and that her world came crashing down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. And
If I was a victim, I would be,
Tucker,
frankly, a little bit upset.
Until she described that for us yesterday.
This is the most worthless sentencing.
How Tucker
Get to the jail forever.
Just put him away. Like
Somehow
you're
blames
giving him a
himself for his
fucking
brother's death.
stage for the
It's not your
entire
fault,
earth
Tucker.
for
It's Mr. Brooks's fault.
no reason.
Ooh.
Yes, we know it's his fault. Tucker knows it's his fault too, but he's going to deal with that trauma for a long time. You could just sentence
One
this
of the
man.
things when
The
they're
judge should not be crying. That is not the role of the judge.
all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast,
I had a sneaky suspicion this may have been for
the
re-election.
contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories. He'll have phone calls. He'll have
Yeah,
visits.
some of those memories won't be great though.
He may even get to hug the people
Ooh, drop soap.
again.
Ooh, drop soap.
For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I
Why?
need that word in that statement. And if he does that, I'll bring him back in.
Does she want this to continue for another day?
Yes.
Is she gonna miss him or something? Just hurry up and sentence him.
She
Do
can
the
visit him in
law.
prison if she
I'm gonna
wants.
go a little bit faster. Some of
Oh.
the comments,
You're gonna try and go
yells
fast.
and screams from
You
that
don't
night
need
will
to
haunt
do
me for the rest of
any
my life.
this.
She needs to do her job,
Nancy needs
sentence
the
him, and
court
send him on his
to
way.
get the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories.
He's the worst person ever. Jail forever. Done.
I can't fucking take it.
I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix.
I don't believe in day drinking, but I swear to God.
This is prep for you, Danny. This is prep for you sitting through this,
Strong.
looking
No,
solemn.
you can go your entire
He got me a little
career and
bit with
never
his
have a
comments.
fucking
Wasn't expecting
sentencing
that.
hearing this
You're an
stupid.
amazing young man.
No, I would never tolerate this kind
resiliency.
of nonsense.
A fortitude of strength.
Good luck, by the way, on the
I
election.
think what this community needs.
Where are you running?
Salt Lake
It was
District.
quite
Attorney.
a testament that you took those pictures in the same pictures of Jackson. You replicated
We
that.
have
and
a
I
very
think
incompetent clerk, so
Go
we're
clean
at
it up.
7.
Clean it up.
you talked about of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you.
It's almost like this is her own victim impact statement. Like I was a victim having to sit
Even
through
if
this
not to
trial.
the full
So.
capacity that
Well, I want my
Can't be a victim.
impact
She
statement.
chose this.
And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty. How she couldn't play soccer because her kicking
I feel
leg
empty.
would hurt from the injuries she
You've
sustained.
killed
She has
everything.
difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares.
Will to live is slowly receding.
Emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being
Numb
in
Nick.
her. To her, I say,
Numb. It's done.
don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back.
Do you want Darrell Brooks to
Ryan
die of
Friends
old age before the
family.
sentencing is done?
I sentence you to listening to this for the next 300 years.
Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom.
We're already bordering on.
No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor.
You don't need to
pretty
go
powerful
through
image.
36
I think that's
statements
very apt
that
for
you
what this
just
community has
went
gone
through.
We
I
heard
try not to
from
disrespect
other
judges, but I feel like this is
photographs,
her pulling out her diary and
so many
saying,
families.
"Now
with
let's read
more
together,
than one
girls." Like there's this
was injured.
condescending air about it that I don't like.
How baseball for Eric.
Maybe I'm reading into it way too much, but I
such a good player.
I don't need the judge to be mom. I need the judge to follow the law, enforce the law, make a decision, and move on.
We heard a lot about
That this is 2020. No, this is 2022 type of judge. This is for like
the
the
individuals talked about humor is good
the
medicine. and
millennials.
I echo that. We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this.
This is a mental massacre.
Yep.
Restful slumber, panic attacks are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form.
I thought God was saving us, like killing the entire internet.
That despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret. A lot of emotions.
Those are all the emotions I'm feeling for having sat
No
through this.
emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November 21st.
This is
We saw a lot of anger
unrealistically
for
overwrought.
some of the people who lost loved
He's
ones.
wisely taking notes because he's going to need that.
Well, this is for his appeal because he thinks that that's going to go well for him.
His best grounds for appeal right now is that he had cruel and unusual punishments.
Many families were devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used.
That's correct.
About the system failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement because life is
We
short.
talked before about how she's got this whole I can fix him mentality.
Life
I think
is
she's
short and you're
taking-
wasting
We
everyone's
heard the very
time.
gracious
Sorry.
Gracious
Sorry, Ozzy.
statement.
Oh, good.
From
I was
my-
going to say, do we think that this is her trying to hammer home and try one last
Unbeknownst
thing to
to
try
me,
and fix
he's been
him,
writing
or is she just
since
wasting
he was
everybody's
in
time?
jail and sharing the
Maybe he shows
gospel
some
and the
sort of
love of
remorse.
Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this. In that poem, it says, "We both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world. And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption.
I've never had a judge do this. You guys?
Proud of her for getting up here and sharing.
No.
I mean, I've had a judge cry,
About
but I've never
Not
had.
to this level. This is
who the
insane.
individuals who died were. We heard about the compassion from Detective Casey that we learned about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and then he greeted us every day of this trial. They ended with, angels watch over us. 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again.
I hope she rereads the Maya Angelou poem.
Oh, God.
So hold them
We heard from
accountable.
The Kulik family about the empty space that they have and the brokenness. Their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college.
What's the longest sentencing hearing any of you have ever
About
had?
all of the things
Ever will
she
be.
never have with her mom. Just the last year alone,
Like full
the
day.
18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college.
Was it because of victim impact
She
statements though, or
lamented
was it because of the
that her mom
judge?
would never
A lot of
Her-
argument, a lot of
see her
evidence.
wedding
lot of-
vows, never see any
I mean,
kids that she would have.
When I was an assistant prosecutor, we had a kid
And
shoot
be
at
able to call
school,
her
but
mom parenting
that was
advice.
like 2 hours long.
Wow.
And how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital.
Dangerous offender hearings can go longer, but those
Yeah,
are
police
not really a
sirens, things of that
sentencing in the
nature.
same way.
And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this: no verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart.
Maybe she's
For
just
anybody
doing this
who's
so that
saying I'm
she never wants
heartless. Sorry.
Oh, I was just figuring she maybe wants
Moving
to make
on,
sure no one wants to hear talks
Leanne
again.
talked about her safety and security.
I'm
being
not heartless, people.
defended.
I'm not. There's something very
She asked Mr.
inauthentic
Brooks
about what she's
to picture
doing.
his own
And I
daughter,
can't exactly
unresponsive,
articulate what it is, but
lying
it's
on the
really
ground,
annoying and
a leg
upsetting.
injury, a head injury,
She's
and blood
taking
coming
the
out of
day
her mouth.
away from the victims and making it
She
about
talked
Darrell
about the
Brooks.
excruciating
Yep,
tumors
that's it.
her daughter would
Yeah,
ever
she's
That's
live
exactly
using-
what it is. And
in
it's
a
pissing me
wheelchair
off
and in a walker
because
for months.
the victims already had their impact
He
statement.
said
They
this,
already had
all you had to do.
their words were powerful enough on their own, spoken by them. They do not need a judge to repeat it.
Yep.
Yeah. And he
daughter
has
talked
wanted a
about
platform this
Being
whole
scared
time.
of everything, worried about a sister,
Now
being
she's giving it
alone
to him.
in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Urell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses. But it's the manner in which, I think the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. With grace and dignity, Charlotte got up and talked about the basic things you learned in kindergarten.
Why are you talking about this? Of course, Like, of course, it was a
She
dick move
described
for him to call the mom of the 4 people
she
who were
saw as
hit,
being
but it's
stupid,
also his right to call her as a
delusional,
witness
and
if he thinks
egotistical.
there's something useful to get out of it.
She
And
wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so.
like, this isn't your job, Judge. That was the prosecutors who get to make that argument
I
on
think her words
close.
were, "Your arrogance is pathetic," and her mom echoed those words.
And they did.
Now she
And then
echoed the
the
echoing of the words.
gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom.
Where I said this could
I say this
start
with a
creating
heart.
appealable
I
issues,
thought my
this
kids
is where
were.
it's starting.
Yeah,
Impartiality.
That
that
they will strive.
makes me concerned.
I mean, it's harmless error right now, but if she's
And then, of
trying
course,
hard,
we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely. But you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this.
Oh my
And how
God.
she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event.
Me too.
She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen. Dylan Urell said something very insightful yesterday. Something we didn't hear about in the trial.
Brevity
but
is the soul
because
of
where he
wit.
was at on the parade out around the corner, waiting for his children. He didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this: you hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene.
Maybe making him
about
listen to this on
walking through
repeat is a part of her sentence.
Around that corner, through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over.
Deceased people running all over? Dear God, it sounds terrifying. I've seen that movie.
We heard from more of the members of the extreme dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love, talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that. Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said that I thought about you every day. How could someone do this? More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance
Are you recapping this?
is a trigger for her PTSD.
You have ample
And how she's forgiven.
grounds for 6 life sentences with no parole and the
We heard
maximum
from the sister
on
of victim
every
HH
other
and
offense.
how the first thing she talked about was the sound of Vivian Urell whimpering, crying, and then she found her sister, how her clothes were ripped off. She was unconscious, half naked. How she felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks. But how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks. Tire screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people with their in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them, of course, the emotional and mental injuries are significant.
Nick, I'm demanding a rain check to come back on one of your other
Frankly,
streams.
lucky to be alive.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Me too.
I say to you, that scar on your neck should be a sign of strength and fortitude. You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it. Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific. You can only get a mental picture from words so much, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. And all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family.
We know.
But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood, and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless.
Someone said, what is worse, She-Hulk or this? I think this actually is. I mean,
Asking
this is
Mr.
almost
Brooks,
as long
how
as
could
the
you do this?
entire season of She-Hulk.
What kind of father?
Yeah, but this doesn't make me nauseated. She-Hulk does, so.
It's true. She-Hulk was really bad.
We haven't seen any terrible twerking in this. So.
The last person we heard from.
At least that'd be entertaining.
Victim.
As a female attorney, I am, with every fiber of my
PG,
being,
the mother of FF.
opposed to She-Hulk.
If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how you could, I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback by the conduct of Mr. Brooks that she frankly called him out on it yesterday.
Make him sit down.
Because he was kind of motioning his hand.
Let him do it. I like watching him
It's
squirm
over with, hurry
and
up.
beg. No one cares
Yelled at him.
anymore, Darrell.
You don't care.
You're Dunsky.
Because you hit me. I saw you. You knew. You're a child killer. You're a woman killer. She was so flustered. She had to really gather herself before she could continue. So again, I want to thank the victims. I have other statements.
Good, she's rapping.
For
Holy
people.
Christ.
So gracious. I think they were all members of the Catholic communities. Their statements were translated. Very gracious. Praying for Mr. Brooks. So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration
know.
Today. I can't read your sign.
Now, let me tell you about the ones I
Hold
took
it
into
up closer.
consideration.
No, don't let him hold it up closer.
If it's a pledge that you will
no
not interrupt me, I will bring
He
you
just
in
wants to
what will
be
the final
I swear. That's
section
it.
of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
You have another section of remarks?
I thought she was going to give us a roadmap.
Factors, and I can only read the top where it says objection, but
Thank you, Sue.
I can't tell what it is, what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom.
I like
We'll take a short break, and I will
Oh, come on.
in, but I will warn you, Mr. Brooks,
I
if
like
there's one interruption,
dummy.
you will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess.
I don't mind him.
This wasn't the sentencing portion.
Apparently not.
I don't mind bringing him in again. At least it can be entertaining. I mean, the thing is, you gotta go through some of what they say, but you can summarize. I feel like it's unnecessary when we know what the outcome is here.
I don't know that the judge actually has to go through anything that they said, other than we heard from 36 different victims who gave varying accounts that all amounted to the same thing: massive trauma, loss of life, loss of peace, and loss of security. Therefore, I've considered all of these things along with the legal factors involved, all the evidence presented at trial, and I've determined he goes away forever, 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 forever. Like, this is not difficult to do. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, it would have been appropriate had she decided to read from a few statements, right? Had she said, this is what hit me, this is what has influenced me heavily in, making this decision. Here are the factors I considered, yada, yada, and then done.
Yeah.
She definitely did not do that.
No, what she did was be terrible.
Be terrible.
For what, like an hour and a half?
Yes.
Oh, she's gone over 2 hours.
Yes, this was fucking awful.
Did she just have to outdo him? Like, was that it? Was she just had to outdo?
She had to outdo him.
Well, and that's the thing. She outdid all of the victims, right?
Yeah, that's the bigger thing.
Yeah.
The victims themselves didn't have that much time to give a victim impact statement.
No, they had 6 minutes.
Oh, okay, so Puppy 42807 says, Nick, can you please explain to me how y'all can say this is so horrible for the judge to do, yet Emily D. Baker is expressing how great and amazing it is. How can it be both?
For lawyers, we fight over everything.
Yeah.
We can disagree.
Difference of opinion.
It's all just...
And, I mean, different
We're
things
all
are going to
ex-
land differently for different people.
Nick, say something that we can all grift and make drama out of.
I think this is really the difference between what you're seeing is the difference between Nick's channel and Emily's channel as far as different styles. That's really what it is. I mean, I think, and it's not to say that one is superior to the other. I think that I know that both of them have deep respect, and properly so, for each other, their abilities, their intellect, and their approaches. But I do think that it's a little bit reflective that she's sitting here, like, praising the the bleeding heart perspective approach of this judge, and other people such as you and probably those in your audience are saying, what the hell is happening? Let's just be like a courtroom.
It just doesn't need to be this long. It just doesn't need to be. This should not have been a 5-hour hearing today at all. And the judge didn't think it was going to be a 5-hour hearing today. She wouldn't have scheduled this thing to start at noon if she thought this was going to go past 5. But now she's lost control of Brooks and let him ramble on for an hour and 40 minutes. She lost control of her own speech and has let that go on for 2 hours and isn't done. She's not even done. She's not even at the sentence yet.
It's 8 a.m. here. I literally could have slept for 5 hours and came right now.
I did.
Oh, damn. I'm glitching something horrible. I'm going to have to duck out and back in.
All right.
See you, Hayden.
Here, let me read some more of these chats while we wait here. Solomon 7589 says, this judge is a drama whore. That's why the statement is dragging on and why she's been willing to let this dumbass back in the room. He should not be coming back in the room until she's done the whole sign a pledge thing. No, just keep him out.
Yeah.
Maybe bring him back in for the reading of the sentences, and that's it. I mean, maybe. Just mail it to him in prison. Who even cares? Like, here you go. You can be removed. We'll just serve it on you later. Engineer, she literally went around the courtroom as if impact statement time was impact struggle session time. What the fuck? Just sentence the asshole. Maggie Rose, frankly, she isn't speaking to us. She's speaking to the people of Waukesha. But she doesn't need to, in this way, do that. And it doesn't need to take this long. In my opinion. I'm not a city though. So I guess I don't
If the
know their
victims
needs.
are if the victims are liking this, then I'm okay with it. I guess that's sort of the bottom line. I just don't know how it's playing with them.
Well, we don't have any way of knowing.
Because
I mean, I can understand this playing well with them. That's what I was saying. Like, you know, if they feel like she heard this thing that I said, like, you know, the broken leg girl who you know we saw was really broken, or this one, and like just touching on them, perhaps it is actually helping them. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I hope she's reading the room.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't explain this last delay here now. Like it's so much catering to him.
I guarantee you the room is waiting for just a couple words. Life
But it's not
without
her role.
parole.
The record should reflect that it's 4:53. Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you.
The prosecutor should have been doing all of
You
this
frankly
in their closing statement, not the
made
judge.
removal
That's
under Illinois versus Allen.
That's why I'm annoyed.
No, you conduct it. So you
My
can
conduct
sit.
didn't mean anything either.
Right, Mr. Brooks,
You
please
keep
sit
changing-
down.
You keep
And
changing
I'm
the
going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is the subject matter.
Okay, then why did you let him back in the room? She has no one to blame but herself. I have nothing to say.
The fucking moldy oldie.
I would like to go back to the other court.
It's not.
come on.
If you'd like to.
Don't let him go.
specifically waive
He's
your
wasting
right
fucking
to
time
be
now.
Present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit
I
down.
never waived the right to not be present.
I only waved goodbye, Judge.
Right to be
didn't
present
forfeit
by
anything, Your
conduct.
Honor.
You're
I
now
wrote-
back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3. I did what you asked me to do.
You
said-
never once
You didn't
pledged
ask
me,
nothing.
sir, that
No.
you would not interrupt, and
You-
you're demonstrating by being here that you continue to interrupt.
Duct tape his mouth shut and don't let him leave.
Because at the
Done.
end of the day, I
Start
did what
beating
you
him.
asked me to do.
Just sew it
So
shut.
you told the bailiff to tell
Mr.
me.
Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to
It's
tell me
not
that
a
I had
debate.
to
You
write.
asked to come
Then
over.
why are you
here, and
debating
I
him?
honored
Well,
that, and
I
I brought you
exercised my
back.
right 3 times. I shouldn't have had to do it 3 times.
None of those opportunities that you wrote to me said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never had to do that before.
Then why did you bring him in?
You've never required that before.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've never required that before. Every
He's never
single time
required.
that I've been brought up here,
She's never required a waiver.
after some time,
This is not
Gag
very short,
him.
sometimes an extended
Brooks,
period of time.
You are just simply trying to delay the
I'm-
inevitable. Please sit
I
down.
don't care about the inevitable.
We
know.
I
Go to
know.
the end.
Day
This
one, what was
hearing.
going to happen? That it doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm
Go to the
okay.
end,
with
then.
everything.
Then please
I just
sit
wanna be-
down.
I just
She is
wanna be
doing this
fair,
to the
which I have
families
not
right
been.
now.
Please
Yeah.
sit down.
And then Your Honor, and then you
Mr.
always make
Yeah.
it
This
seem
is
like
not a
you always
debate.
make it seem like it's some type of aim, and it's not.
Please sit down.
We're talking about constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And it still wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign. I'm
Mr.
waving
Brooks,
this for like 20 minutes,
You're-
saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're
Hey,
here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can I come
Sentence
back?
him right now. Just say it now.
So I
said,
can-
okay,
Sentence
let's
now.
go.
this,
Snag
and
him.
I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen. The objection sign saying,
Oh, wow.
I exercise my right
If
to
you
be present.
stop for a
May I have
minute,
the order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to
Oh my
stop
God.
so
I'm
I
not
can
putting my-
explain it.
Your Honor,
Somebody's
you
gonna drop
never.
the
I
bad
did what
words.
you asked me to do.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain
And
if
I
you would
didn't-
like.
If I didn't, Your Honor,
doesn't
if I did
like.
not do what
He's
you
in
asked
control.
me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you
He's
asked me to do?
Because I'm
you.
frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't
and
answer
that
the question, though, Your Honor.
matters.
That doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down
Wait.
and I will explain and
Your Honor,
remain quiet
with all
without
due-
interrupting me.
With all due respect,
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect, you told the bailiff when I first said, because every time that I've been
You
brought
did
over
this,
there
Judge.
in the past,
Yep.
Mr. Brooks,
you always stated
I don't need a history
always
lesson of
stated
what I've done.
that when
I didn't need a
exercise
history
my right
lesson of
to
the
be
trial
present,
either.
Untrue.
You've
Untrue.
always said we
Untrue.
have the record.
Oh my God.
Why are you arguing
He's
with him?
engaging.
Bring it on appeal.
Mr. Brooks,
Shut up.
I know what
Sit
I know what
down.
the requirement was of
He's
me going in.
disgracing the courtroom. I'm
Just
sorry.
remove him.
State
Drag his ass out.
He wants
that when
to be
I
removed,
exercise
though, so she
my
doesn't want to
right
give
to
it to
be
him.
present,
Gag him.
you will bring me back
Yeah.
if I will follow the rules of decorum. That's your exact words, which you said every time.
which you're
I've never-
demonstrating
I've
right now
never
that
had-
you have
Your Honor,
absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect, I've never had to go through any type of certain words that needed to be said or stressed or anything like that before.
Well, welcome
I've
to learning.
always done it the way that you've asked me to do it. No different than today when I told the bailiff
That officer
I would
in the
like to
back
be
is
present.
ready to freaking throw
Oh,
hands.
he told the bailiff
He should just tackle
if
him.
he wants to be
Just get it
present,
over
he
with.
has to put it in writing.
I
And
thought he had a
just to
gun.
be
I
that
put
he
it
will
in.
not interrupt me.
I put it in writing.
She's never made him do that before.
So why am I here?
He's 100% correct.
He's right.
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why am I here
am
then, Your Honor?
allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you're allowing it, but still, it doesn't answer the question, though, Your Honor. It does not answer the question.
Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor, as a
Mr.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir,
of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you refuse to sit down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now
I
forfeited
didn't
his
say
right
I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't going to obey.
We'll
I
be in
just
recess
asked what is the
until he's
order.
there.
I just asked what is the order. I didn't say.
That's disgraceful.
That was
Good
just
work.
drama for TV. Yeah, you guys are right.
It's disgraceful. She has disgraced the court. The holy temple of the court has been disgraced.
She
Good job,
she just shit all over the victims right there.
Yes.
Like that
I
was
think that was a clip for TV. Like, look, we told the big man to go fuck himself.
Yeah.
but
And at
he's
the
the one
expense
he's the one who did it though. Like
Yeah, I know. That didn't go the way she planned.
it went exactly the way he asked. Send me back to the other room, and now he's going back. She
And it
should
went-
have gagged him and bound him to the chair.
It went predictably for a judge who displays a reticence to actually, use her gavel, and she's just constantly catering. And you all knew, if I told you this argument was going to happen and ask you how you predict it's going to end, you all would have predicted this based on what we've seen from her for the last several weeks.
Yep, it's such a
Is there a
waste.
duct tape shortage in Waukesha or what?
Is that how they gagged them?
Well, it's about
They've done
beginning
it.
of season, so yes, they're running out.
If they could even duct tape him and put that mask over his face and tie it on real tight, and no one would even know that he's been duct taped. Just you can hide it behind the mask. They don't have optics for the liberal media.
When he gets up, it says, it sound the same. It sound the same.
What it's going to sound like.
OJ Wales, I know you learned law folks are hating this, but it's a slow work day for me, so I'm enjoying her pointless rant.
Oh.
Wow, what kind of work do you do?
Agent Brewer, repeal the 19th. Women talk too much. Just fire his ass
engineer.
already. Let's see. What else do we have? Kingslayer
That was-
Damocles. Can we fire her and get Borowski here? I'm sure he'd be able to make it to the court before she finishes this bullshit. Carts 312. Damn judge, typical woman likes the sound of her own voice and won't shut the F up. TMF Squid, since Wisconsin doesn't have the death penalty, I think it would be fitting for him to be sent to solitary for life and then buried in an unmarked grave away from civilization. Oh, that one was nice. It's very compassionate. Oh God. Matt P says, hit me with one of these, please. Here, just a second. He's got this one. He says, hit me with one of these. No, not good.
I
Not good.
disavow.
Let's see.
What do you guys predict as over under for when we'll get an actual sentence out of this judge's mouth? 15 minutes, a half hour,
What?
45 minutes,
30
an hour?
minutes.
Friday.
She's got to spend the next 10 minutes clarifying the record
Yeah.
as to why he's been removed again.
My justifications, chapter 2, book 2.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be giving an update to my locals about what's happening with my strike. So I'm gonna bolt out. I'm gonna bounce out of here.
Are there any updates?
Have fun.
Well, yeah. I mean, the short story is my strike is lifted,
Oh, yeah.
and
Oh, nice.
and my video is still blocked. So yeah. But anyway, that's the short version. There's more to come. So yeah, but check it out. And I'll obviously give a very extended thing tonight if any of you want to check. So,
all right, brother.
Take care. Enjoy, brothers.
Catch you later, man.
See you, Joe.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm a bro. Or he was ignoring me.
Never.
Maybe a little both. Who knows?
You know what would have solved this? Having gold or silver in your IRA. birchgold.com
Thank you,
/
please be seated.
damn it. We'll get back to you, Birch Gold, you beautiful bastard.
Of course, I do need to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We're back on the record. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom. I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right, which, frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen.
But you don't need to go through anything.
But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right. And his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom. During my sentencing remarks, he immediately came in.
Saw it.
He was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum.
It was on the record.
I needed it to be on the record.
For the record.
Didn't seem to
By
care
the
about
record.
that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is it's a statutory right for him to be present. And he's
Jeremy's
forfeited
there.
that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this
That bailiff
trial
explains the
that
cheese
when,
shortage in Wisconsin.
my perspective, things are not going in his direction.
Leave the Courtroom's brother
He
alone.
doesn't agree with.
We don't need your
that he
perspective
tends
on
to
this.
act out. He
I thought you were yelling at me for a second. It's like, what the fuck?
No, the judge, sorry.
And
Hurt my feeler bugs.
leave it at that.
I have nothing but respect for these bailiffs.
Once
I
again,
probably
I'll
would have lost it
confirm
a
he
while
can
ago.
hear and see. We've got confirmation from the staff.
There's a lot of doorknobs he could have hit on the way over to the other courtroom.
Mhm.
One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations
I don't
of
care, lady.
Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues and
Imagine if she's your
first,
wife and you have a fight with her,
and
how
then
long these
going
fights
through
fucking go
the,
for.
victim impact statements
Just
before
leave
A lot of
and come back
observations.
all of
later.
the necessary factors for sentencing is frankly
I'll
it's
go in the tree stand.
challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional. This trial is unlike anything that I've ever
The people who saying
been
she's
a part of.
abusive.
The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who are at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing, because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging
Time to wake up.
the direct victims who are in
gotta
this
go to work in an
courtroom
hour.
who have provided statements. Today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider.
You know, I actually hope she
I
gives him a
need to make
possibility
the
of
record
parole.
very clear that in no way
I hope she
what
does.
I
That
do
would
here
explain
today
all
is
of this
based on
stupidity.
Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support, which I upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs.
I want her to write all my CYA emails.
That'd be like 60 pages long.
He's trying to take control. Do not let him come back.
Today, I am
emails will be
tasked
tealed
with
here.
sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic, moments that were frankly avoidable. My sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold, really threefold if we think about
Really
the community.
100-fold if I get to talk for
One
another 2
is
hours.
punishment. 2, protection of the community. And 3, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large.
She's either going
Of
super
course,
hard
we
or
need to
not.
recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67 that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense.
For an hour.
What was she
The
talking
seriousness
about
of the
before?
offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word. And that is
Totally.
attack.
What?
There is nothing, no other word
Attack
that can
is a
best
weird,
describe
weird
what
word
happened
for
on November
seriousness of
21
the
of
offense.
2021 than the word attack.
Of all the words you could have chosen, terror,
I talked about during
tragedy,
my
atrocity,
remarks regarding the trial,
evil,
about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade, it starts with White Rock. It shows where
You just
Sergeant
went
Warner
through
was at one point.
the murder timeline.
Farther up that parade route, the staging area. And I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is. And that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade, the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform, he drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley,
the car,
Northeast Avenue.
He could have turned off the car,
or in either direction on Barstow,
or just stopped, or pulled
he
up.
could
the
have
e-brake.
stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously.
Maliciously is the
through a
closest
parade
you've
route
gotten. This is homicide
and
with
at
intent.
anyone in his path.
This is frankly bordering on
If he
terror
struck
if you include
not one,
prior statements and motivations.
Not
Those
two,
aren't in evidence, though.
not 3, but 68 different people. We actually know that number's higher because we now know, we heard from the 2 individuals who were with Extreme Dance, the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing.
Who cares?
So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here. It's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all.
I'm feeling aggravated.
The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop. The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points.
Outstanding is not the word.
This was not the case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after
He's going
seeing
to take
the
this as
trial,
appeal ground.
after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence, that's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours, one sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals.
Gee, what did I miss while I was getting ready for work?
Nothing.
Or know the true why. But we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues. I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for an apology, a true apology. I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims.
She is giving him grounds for appeal.
Law allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal,
This is the problem with talking too long. You're right, Danny. The more she
including the
talks,
history of criminal offenses and pending charges, the history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here.
But I don't need to do any of that.
Probation revocation. Of course, those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control.
These are actually normal
the rights of the public
statements.
the
what she
recommendations
has
of the
to
interested
consider.
parties, including
It's
victims
just that
and family
we've
members
been here so
of
long,
homicide
I don't care
victims.
anymore.
Well, and also
Consider
in his case,
statements
most
made
of
by
these
his
are
own
not
family.
super relevant.
I swear, if
I
she,
can
the
certainly
only
consider the length of
true
pretrial detention,
curveball would be her just saying,
which I'd note
no.
though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor. The reach into the community certainly palpable because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block
Substained.
to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting. 68, 69 times. Driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. Pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial.
It's evident from the
that
evidence.
Mr. Brooks had no
Weird.
idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle. And he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected.
Awesome.
Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done. Someone who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears, not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused, a recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct.
Judge, if you wanted to come
Nothing.
on the show, you could have just asked.
An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance.
So what are you going to do
taking
about
off
it, Judge?
the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area. Putting
I'm
your
out
hair
of liquid
up from
that
it
isn't
being
liquor,
down.
and I don't want to drink.
Really? This is making you not want to drink?
Well, I got a lot to do today. Still, maybe.
No doubt,
I
this is
had
the
a lot
third
to do
way
today,
one of
Runkle.
the most aggravated
Change your
cases
plans.
I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude
I
of
had
the
a lot
loss,
of things to do today, but you know what
the
I did?
number of
instead?
victims, the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6 counts of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond.
And
he should have had no contact with Erica Patterson. But the rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks. Nothing. He didn't care. This was someone who on
Did she just yawn?
prior occasions
Might have been me.
charged with, frankly, causing mayhem. 1, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm. The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot. This court does get to consider the other act's evidence that the state sought to introduce at trial. That other act's evidence includes that on November 2 of 2021, Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her. She had tire marks on her right pant leg. She could not move her leg and had blood coming from her mouth. On that date, Mr. Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade. Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital. Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021. She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station. I think initially before that, at another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and caused the injury to her leg. Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent. And then it was after she walked away that he followed her. When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle. When police had contact with him at his house, he ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler. When I say the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing, Mr. Brooks was in custody, and there are jail phone calls where he's berating Erica Patterson, encouraging her to recant.
Can I encourage you to recant?
For what had happened.
Sentence him.
Saying things on that phone call like, you trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours. Like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did.
I mean, that's some irony.
He ended
right
the
there.
call by telling Erica Patterson, you did this shit and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This ain't the place for you to be doing this shit. And you still ran your mouth.
Is
And
Erica
I'm
just did
gonna
this so
get
she
in
can
your
swear
face
in court.
all this time.
Oh my God.
Repeatedly calls her a bitch.
Ooh. That's
Judge.
life imprisonment. That's life in prison right there.
Wrap it up like
During
you've
a
never
phone
met this
call
girl.
on November 11th, Darrell Brooks is overheard or captured saying, why in the hell would I just try to mow her down knowing I could kill her like that? Like, okay, I probably got a few screws loose, but I ain't hardly no goddamn fool. He's complaining that she won't help post his bail. You didn't put a cent on my bail. Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused?
Maybe she's waiting for all the elections to be called before
end-
she wraps it up.
Apparently of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her,
So
now, I
waiting
didn't try
for a
to
very
do
long
anything because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That is the rage and the anger
That
that
I
Mr.
have.
Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her like he lied to Detective Carpenter about. This was to confront her. He clearly hit her. We know that. This is the type of man that
uses a
goes to
Baldo.
the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly,
Don't you dare.
I saw you've got a
barely
promo code
possible
for
that
them.
Cory's uncle and
They're
Nicholas
amazing.
Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free. Run
Come
back
on, Judge.
to
I
her
got like
friends.
25 minutes. I have 5.5 hours invested in
Who
this
knows
nonsense.
what would have happened but for their intervention.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go shortly.
We're all going to have to go and move on to the
If
afterlife.
you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend, someone he recently met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character. It demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no empathy for anyone, and that you are justified in the actions that you take.
Okay, here it comes.
Come on.
You can do it.
In addition,
nope.
Lucy, leave the football there.
Just get to the money shot. Come on, let's go.
is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're
really
raising an
need
objection
to?
sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into this courtroom. I will continue.
Let's go through every
Good.
crime
Also
he ever
going.
committed.
The
in his
multiple
life.
murderer is a poor moral character. Who could have thought of it?
Why are we reading his record? You don't need it.
2000.
They're going 20 years
Daniel
back.
Jaywalking.
Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition.
You laugh, but I knew a judge who would talk about when you got caught riding a bike without a helmet and stuff like that.
Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime.
Wow.
Put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison. 2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing jail time. 2005.
I would really love
early
her to be a
conviction,
judge in a civil
failed to
case
pay
with a rich.
forfeiture and ended up serving an alternate
That's what I would like.
alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving.
So that way I could just sit there and get paid
30 days
for 4
jail.
hours.
2009, obstructing 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police. 2010, strangulation. Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation, ultimately revoked.
See, this is
jail.
She is giving him grounds to appeal.
2012, misdemeanor bail jumping, possession of THC, with number of other charges being
This part's not
dismissed
going to be an
and
appealable
30
issue.
days jail concurrent.
How would that create an issue for appeal?
Also in
Yeah.
2012,
She's allowed to run
misdemeanor
through his record.
resisting or
That's normal.
obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37 days jail
She's
consecutive.
giving the business.
In Nevada in
Problem
2006,
is she
domestic
just doesn't
battery, a
need
suspended
this.
sentence.
Statutory
obstructing
sentence
after being found guilty
is
of trial for which he
acceptable.
served
Life
jail
without
time.
parole. She doesn't have to do
2007,
any of this.
statutory
She has
sexual
aggravating
seduction as
factors
a
down
felony.
already.
Remember, not all the
Just
sentences are statutory.
impregnating
Not like
Erica Patterson when she
there's
was
some
minor.
discretionary sentencing available
2016
on
charged
the other
with
counts.
Yeah.
not being in compliance with the sex
Joe,
offender
you called me on
registry
it. I was just saying that
requirements
I
for which
wanted
there is
to
no
Sorry.
warrant.
stop.
In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson based upon where she came from at that time. but I won't make it's. I say presumably, but
Legal Vices is
frankly,
awake.
doesn't
He's
matter
reading
who
his
it was with.
phone because the guy
We
from the
also
phone
know
company is coming to
there's
my
the
house in 25
2006
minutes.
Paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, the
Are you gonna
warrant
be telling him, gee, I don't know how to pay my bill.
for failure
How
to
can I
pay
help?
his financial obligations to a child or children.
Jeff, did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
The pending cases for which
It's an unattractive 20-something man.
he one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DC DV, and a
But that's not
resisting
going to stop you
obstruction.
from going over it again.
And then the second would be those he was charged with.
I know we didn't actually bet,
victim,
but I was betting
bail
45
jumping for
minutes,
conduct
so.
on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th.
I'm betting on Friday, and sadly, I gotta bounce. See you, folks.
Clearly,
brother.
a
Catch you later, buddy.
demonstrated
Nice to see you.
violent
Bye, Ian.
Oh, good to see you.
history and past. Someone who has
God, I love that man.
absolutely no regard for anyone but himself. To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think, is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders, and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings. Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health
I'm going to die.
or alleged
I'm
mental
going to die
health.
here in this chair.
There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic
Waiting
episode. I went
for her
through
to
all of
finish
that earlier
anything.
today, going through
To the chat, yes,
for
I do like 3,000
related to the special plea. None of those doctors found support for his special plea.
Trying to forget the past.
Mr. Brooks talked about
Alexa,
at times,
play One More Light by Linkin Park.
this being the will of God or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short. You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting. The Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need. This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really 3 primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment. One is to protect the community. and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court does get to consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose. Because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD.
We're just waiting for her to say,
from mental
and yet,
and emotional trauma that will take a
the
lifetime
justice
to
system
recover
is
from,
about
and for some,
rehabilitation.
perhaps, if at all.
I guarantee you that's what she's going to do.
You have taken away from these
All
individuals.
this buildup was to say, yeah.
Memories.
Sad what happened.
Never have birthdays with the 6
But
individuals who were killed.
We're going to go
No
solve
weddings. There will be no graduations. There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life.
Oh,
here we go. Here we go.
The actions of Darrell Brooks
finally getting around to it.
Punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury,
Here we go.
confusion, and panicked as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another.
Ooh,
Nice.
1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen.
This is where she should tell them to stop.
Yeah,
One
she-
life sentence
She's not gonna.
for Leanna
I know, but she
Owen.
should.
1 life sentence for Tamara Durand.
She's grandstanding on their names on purpose.
Yep.
1 life
Totally.
sentence for
This is
Jane.
weird. This is very weird.
For
Not
count
really
2.
appropriate at all,
Yeah.
honestly.
No,
No,
One
it's
life
for
wrong.
count 2,
Bell
count
Hospital.
3.
She's
count
basking
4.
the applause. practically.
Yeah.
And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks.
Oh, of course we end on that one.
I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm.
Ban all
Counts
SUVs.
7 through 67. These are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety.
Are you going to read all the
These
victims' names
charges
again? Let them
alone,
clap on all
these
60 of
convictions,
them?
without the enhancer, carry
Just
a
clap.
maximum of 12 and a half years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17 and a half years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7 and a half years is a maximum of 12 and a half years. And I'd ask that everyone no longer show any
Clap.
reaction to the sentence so I can get through this.
Oh,
Nice.
come
7
on.
through 67, each count I will impose a
No.
total sentence of
No more
17
clapping,
and a half
please.
years. 12 and a half years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That is 762 and a half years of initial confinement and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed. That is 17 and a half years, sir, for Nicole White. 17 and a half years for Eleanor Anders, excuse me.
She's going through them all. Yes.
Yep. For
She is.
Sasha Catalan Castillo.
That applause thing before was like
17 and a
in
half
Naked
years
Gun when he was
Maura
like the umpire
Gilchrist.
and he sees he calls a ball and,
17 and a half
everyone's
years
cheering.
for Justin
He's like,
Gullickson.
strike! Yeah,
17
it's like,
and a half
whatever's gonna
years
get the crowd
for
crazy,
Harry
I'm doing it.
Guilfoy. 17 and a half years for Aidan Lofgren. 17 and a half years for Theo Maza.
How many from the mullet kid?
17 and a half years for Tyler Pudliner. 17 and a half years for Connor Tank. 17 and a half years for Eric Teagues. 17 and a half years for Adelia Maffioli. 17 and a half years for Kelly Graybow. 17 and a half years for Josh Craner. 17 and a half years for Riley Rogers. 17 and a half years for Caden Rogers. 17 and a half years for Tucker Sparks. 17 and a half years for Isabella Bartlett. 17 and a half years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17 and a half years for Samantha Coelho. 17 and a half years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mitchell Lampine. 17 and a half years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17 and a half years for Julia Schleichow. 17 and a half years for Olivia Stover. 17 and a half years for Jennifer Stover. 17 and a half years for Jesselyn Torres. 17 and a half years for Alice Urell. 17 and a half years for Charlotte Urell.
Well, as absolute fun as this has been the last
17 and a
6
half years
hours,
for
phone
Vivian
guys in the parking
Urell.
lot, so I got to run.
17 and a half years
Catch
for
you later,
Thanks, Nick, for
buddy.
the excitement today.
You're welcome.
17 and a half years.
Danny,
for Lola
Sean, Hayden, Joe. We'll see y'all guys later.
17 and a
Take
half
care.
years for Tamara Rosentreader. 17 and a half years for Betty Strang. 17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17 and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez. 17 and a half years for David Marquez. 17 and a half years for William Mitchell. 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff. 17 and a half years for Margaret Pachulis. 17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Maria Perez. 17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez. 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia. 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez. 17 and a half years for Charles Green.
This all just feels a little
17 and a half
grandstandy
years
for me.
for Lily Green.
A little?
17 and a half years for
Actually,
Brinley
like-
Turris. 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp. 17 and a half years for Owen Ricciati. On count 68 through
I find this
73,
appropriate
which are the 6
and
counts
respectful,
of hit
but
and
this
run
is what you
resulting
should be
in
doing
death.
the past 2
These are
hours.
25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 4. Count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts, but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For all of these
spell
sentences that I
accountable.
have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their
Or
families.
what?
No contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company. That's on behalf of the Waukesha School District. And $124,000.
He can order reimbursement to an insurance company?
The Crime Victim Compensation
Hmm.
Program.
That gets a little iffy in Ohio.
I'm ordering DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts. Although my primary emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees, I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of these sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through.
Oh my God.
First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first degree
He
intentional.
wanted written
homicide
findings of fact. He's going to
sentences.
get them now.
Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form
This is all statutory, though.
defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he
It
can
would have
read.
been so much more powerful
Convenience.
had she just
Also
read the
will be
names
provided with notice of right to
victims and done what she had
release
done
form
2 hours ago.
Yeah.
The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. You may not possess
Bro, he's
body
never
armor.
getting
Both
out.
of those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
What about his jail time credit?
Overlook?
What about the jail time credit?
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks.
No credit for jail time.
Note for the record, at many times during
No.
my final sentencing remarks,
That's a
he's holding
shame.
up an objection
No.
sign.
He's
That
gonna be stuck there for an
objection is
extra
for the
like
record.
200 days that he
This now
shouldn't have to
concludes
serve.
this hearing
Yeah.
and this case. We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion stay pending appeal, or we can do it
I
another
want to
day?
wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that. All right, I'll schedule that once the judgment of conviction is signed.
Understood.
We are in
Thank you.
recess. Thank you, everyone.
Uh-oh, Darrell.
I made a joke that they can wrap up an election and before she would finish. And sure enough, before she finished, the House ended up going to the Republicans. They got their 218th.
Oh, did Lauren Boebert win?
No,
Hold
no,
on.
we don't know about Lauren Boebert. It was the 218th was Garcia from District 27, California. So.
All right. Well,
They
hold
sent
on.
all of their left-leaning folks here. Thanks, California.
Yeah.
I just love how he brought all that paperwork with him.
Yeah, well, he's got to be prepared. You know,
He's got to
have
look like he's like
proper
that's what
defense.
attorneys do. Got to look fancy.
That's for his appeal.
I was
Yeah.
waiting to see if he was going to like stumble or pass out or whatever. Some people
Have them
don't
drag him out. Yeah.
don't cope well with having their entire life destroyed. Okay, well that took forever. 6 hours. I legit thought this would be, like an hour, 2 hour stream.
I texted Nick about the strike, not realizing he was still on the air because I was like looking for like advice, like, do I do this? Do I do that? And I was like, and I texted him, and then he's responding to me, and then like I look up like an hour and a half later, and it's like, oh my God, he's still streaming. I couldn't believe it. This should have been an hour. This should have been 1 hour.
That took way too long, but you know what doesn't take long? Going to birchgold.com/knows and clicking on this green button to find out how you can incorporate gold or silver into your IRA or 401k. Look, you worked really hard your entire life to build up a retirement nest egg. Don't let people like Joe Biden or the FTX or whatever their stupid name is, Bankman. Don't ever let any of those people and their ability to interfere with markets ruin your life's work. Hedge against market volatility and inflation with birchgold.com/knows. Click that green button, and every time you do, it goes, ooh, oh, wow. Just like that. That's what happens. That's true. And if it doesn't work on yours, that's your fault. But check it out. Look, they have tons of reviews. They have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau, bunch of 5-star reviews, definitely not created by bots or whatever. But more important, They believe in free speech. They don't hate me and they don't hate you. They just want to get you info. And those are the types of companies I like to work with. So check them out. birchgold.com/knows. 6 hours into the program. Perfect. Guys, I have a bunch of chats to read. So I'm going to do that. Are there any quick remarks before I do? You're all welcome to stay or leave as you choose, of course. But I'm going to burn through these because we've been on for 6 hours and I didn't expect anything of that ridiculously overwrought length.
This is the fun part.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's finally over, and I'm gonna go do something else for a little bit.
All right, catch you later, Sean.
See you guys.
Nice to meet you,
Bye. Nice to meet you, Danny.
I'm gonna bounce, but this was justice for the world. It took justice delayed. In this case, I guess it's not really justice denied. But yeah, fortunately, life, and he's going to be there for several generations, lifetimes. So that was a good verdict. Slow ass court, but I guess you know what? It was made better by hanging with friends. So appreciate the being able to stop by, and I look forward to seeing each of you. Salud.
Thanks.
Later, buddy. You're muted, Aussie.
Is that silly
On
stream?
your end, hardware end. Because you're not muted on StreamYard.
It's either going to work or it's not.
There we go. I
Okay.
got you now.
Got two things to celebrate. I can either use this one or this one. Oh, no, you can't see it because of the fucking green screen.
The big one.
Always a big one.
Mm.
Big one. Do
Big
it.
one.
Well, I was going to save this one for your stream later, if you actually get to it.
We'll see. I don't know, man.
So small one.
Do the small one then.
Why'd you give us the option?
That's a good point. And I have no idea if this is even going to work now because I got sweaty hands.
Sweaty hands,
Oh,
Aussie.
fuck it. I got a spare one.
Yay! He's guilty. Finally.
Yep, we got there.
Finally.
Made it.
Okay, here we go. Team Ruby says, can we all just line up and deliver an uppercut to his taint? And it goes without saying, the drink we all need after this is on me. For the love of Mike, this is taking too damn long. Way too much. Danny, I liked what you said. It might have been drowned out by the court a little bit, but you said this would have been so much more powerful if she would have just read the verdicts with the names rather than the implications, rather than spending 2 hours going through all their statements and wasting a bunch of time and just pontificating for no reason that I could discern. So I agree 100%. Ugh. Agonales, hail the nose that knows, hail the king of the ruse, hail the Godsy law. Here's hoping we'll be finally done with this balding breaded bum. VT. Guys, I can give you a spoiler alert on the stay pending appeal. He's going to lose that motion. He's going to lose that motion. He will not get a stay of his sentence pending appeal. He will go straight to prison and he'll stay there. He'll stay in prison pending his appeal, which will not go well for him at all. VT Wayfaring Man, anybody know if Brooks's Milwaukee trial is being streamed? I can't find anything about it. Don't know. Don't care. Kind of done with him. Unless he were somehow in front of Borowski, but he's not doing felonies anymore. So shit. Torch Medic. Wow. 10 seconds in, this lady gives me zero doubt she raised a monster and let it happen. Lady, you're the one who raised him. How about you take some damn responsibility? That's the mom. Jacob McQuaid, you can see where Brooks gets his retardation from. Oh, damn. No opinion. This lady's entire argument is it's not his fault he murdered children. It's everyone else's fault who made fun of him on YouTube. A complete lack of responsibility for their actions. Disgusting. Short Bus Dave 86. Nick, I'm 100% disabled with my PTSD and anger management. Never once have I wanted to hurt innocent people. Yeah, most people with mental illnesses don't want to hurt anybody, much less innocent people.
Right.
Vivian OAJ. Any possibility there is a winter penal colony in Wisconsin? No, it would be good if there was.
You guys don't have trebuchets either, I take it.
No.
Okay.
Well, then we just throw people into Canada for real punishment.
Well, that was the implication, but I still do want to have some kind of political career when I'm done.
JJ31337. Stop yapping, you daffy bint, and send him to jail until he dies like the waste of skin and air that he is. I like Daffy Bint. That was nice. Very British. Wick Dipper says 5. Mike 718. Judge is doing this for herself. She has had to be unbiased for a year. She can finally let out her emotions. Blue Fire 3 says, just joined your locals chat. Truly a degenerate place, but I like it. Grift on, Law Pope. Yes, that's accurate. Degenerate is accurate. Contrarian 420. You're all childishly reflecting Nick's frustration because he has a busy schedule today. The judge going over each person's comment is catharsis for a grieving community. Sorry you have a jerk-off session this is infringing upon. No, that's not the reasons at all, actually. It was just way overdone. It should not have been that long. It's, I think it bordered on disrespectful to the community, frankly. Especially with her giving him the time of day to go back and forth between that side room. Just insane. Marslance, I don't really mind the judge going on and on like this. This is heaven compared to Brooks's ASMR stream earlier. It's great to hear a coherent line of reasoning for a change. I mean, I don't know that it was so... Never mind. I'm not here to argue. Tuscan Bob, his statement should have been by remote while he dodges traffic on I-43. Marslance, now he's sucking up to the judge. I'm going to fucking implode from cringe. How can a human being be this shitty? Also, someone needs to compile all of Brooks' monologues into a YouTube ambience video, crackling fireplaces, rain on a tin roof, Darrell Brooks, filibustering. It'd be a hit. Horror Amarada. I'm actually glad she's letting him go on. The longer he gets to go on, the more soul crushing it will be when she drops him into a cell for the length of Methuselah's life. Marslance, I apologize. I'm getting a little emotional. I apologize it's taking me so long. I'm just a little emotional right now. Your Honor, everyone, look at how emotional I am. River Black Angle, it sucks to be a normal person born and trapped in the same skin color as people like Brooks. I shouldn't, but I fucking hate them for associating me with their behaviors. Wow. Sheep Sidian, don't know if you've seen the movie Krampus from 2015, but this is like the final act when the one kid asked for forgiveness from Krampus, who then drank the kid's tears, laughed, and dropped him in the pit with his family. Nope, didn't see Krampus.
Jeez.
Katie McQueen, if we all raised our kids like this, what the actual fuck, the audacity of this family. Tabielle, I wonder if she thinks she can get it into Brooks's head what he did after he made his statement showing no real remorse. It's not working either way. No, you're not getting into Brooks's head. Like, this is not a person that you're ever going to fix. There's no amount of rational discussion or argument that is going to pierce the veil of his own narcissism. Turns walks off of. But she's entitled to run the court her way, and I bet it plays fine. I mean, plays fine. What do you mean? It's not going to be appealable. Oh, here we go. This is my favorite chat so far. Marsland says, I just want to apologize for saying I don't mind the judge going on and on before. I was young and foolish then. 2.5 hours is too much for a judge to be giving just a pontification speech during sentencing. It was way too much. Reform convict. Why is the judge won't let Brooks out talk her? It's been happening the whole trial. I don't know. I guess she's finally tired of it today. B. Miller, what's the over under? He is only in prison a few days. Well, you think he'll be killed that fast? I don't think so. Jonathan, family is often part of the problem when it comes to mental illness. Ask any psychologist or social worker. Austin Pissy, I voted for you in SL County, Danny. Sad to see our beautiful county slip every year.
I agree, and thank you.
DV Clutch, mental illness didn't cause him to pimp out children, assault women, or drive through a crowd. He's a criminal with clinically significant mental illnesses, nothing less. Bed Bunny reviews. I have severe anxiety, diagnosed manic, regressive, and another I rather not list. I got help. So thankful to hubby and friends for support. Never wanted to hurt anyone but myself. Eat a bag. Dawn.
I'm glad you're here still.
Nick James 85. The death penalty should be reinstated in every state to hell monsters like Brooks. Or to help, I think they mean. Blackjack 21. I can walk into a car show and walk out with a weapon with no background check. Ridiculous. DS Ford. This motherfucker never showed one bit of sympathy for the victims throughout the trial. Not these people. Now these people come tell us how great of a human being he is. F off. The uncovered lamp. I'm not usually for legislating from the bench, but this judge should reinstate the death penalty. This is why my pastor's sermon on recognizing false disciples is so important. Carnage Undone. Lil Math Boy, only if Wisconsin would let us give you a slow, excruciatingly painful, and torturous rightful appointment to the judge up high, and don't invoke his name. Thank you. Iconilus. Only thing I want to hear from Darrell is I apologize for everything I did that day, for my behavior throughout this trial, and I asked for the maximum punishment against me. Jacob McQuaid, sometimes you just feel so frustrated you just drive a truck into a parade. Darrell Brooks, 2022. Ganok, I legitimately wonder if anyone has explained to him that this outcome is going to be life no matter what he says. Does he think that kissing up to the judge will help? Who knows? Rick Cottontree, N-I-double-G-double-G-er. Wow. DV Clutch, I've seen third grade plays with better acting. Line. Curtis Murray, he should be hung by the wrists from the top of the courthouse and have his belly torn open and his intestines wound around the bumper of a vehicle slowly driven by the parents.
Wow.
For legal and political reasons, I disavow.
The Magnus 93 hot take. He is a piece of crap and deserves punishment, but it's gross that you are all salivating at his downfall. Another death doesn't reverse what happened. Just saying.
Disagree.
I don't know about salivating his downfall. It's the reality of what he faces is a life in prison, and prison isn't very pleasant for some people. And for him, it might be bad. His crimes against children. We'll never find out, though, what happens to him. Unless he's killed in prison in some very near future, we will never know. Ganok, is there a point where the judge can say, go to hell, you monster, without anyone claiming bias later? Not really. The Magnus 90. Well, actually, there's that. Where's my favorite clip from my favorite judge?
I hope you die in prison as well.
Love that judge. Who's that?
I don't even know his name.
I like that. Spicy judge.
I watched a clip of another judge doing sentencing the other day, and she literally, I can't remember exactly who it was. It was some reprehensible prick. But, applause was led for the room. But beforehand, she said that she had the honor of signing his death warrant.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also spicy judge.
So...
the Magus 93. Justice is important, but being so full of hatred and malice and wanting death and hell is gross, Danny.
I guess I'm gross. Sorry. I don't think it's malice. I think it's fair. I think if you're going to be doing that stuff, I'll let God decide whether or not you go to hell, not me.
DV Clutch, Biden's speechwriter has clearly been moonlighting for Darrell Brooks. 0 stars, do not recommend. What the fuck is my name? Judge, please have mercy on me because the DA is a big fat meanie that are sending me to jail for killing kids. Thank you. Judy Brady says he's thinking it will all go away if he talks them to death. Susie Suze, I've been waiting for someone to say to him, if what you say were true, a hero would have put themselves in danger and driven into a building to stop the car instead of hurting innocent people. NatDB 90, all I want to hear right now in this courtroom is a gunshot. Ganok, maybe they don't want to shut him down so that his lack of regret is on the record so that he can never say I was about to apologize, but the judge cut me off. I mean, his lack of regret is well documented. Usually they do not usually let someone speak for an hour and a half at their sentencing hearing. There's no reason for them to. Plus, when you factor in that they also got 2 or 3 defendant, I guess, statement sayers. I don't know what to call them. Defendant speakers. He gets 3 of them, and then he gets an hour and a half. Is truly, again, typically you're not seeing anything like this. He was treated with the most kiddest of gloves. Free Flyer 17, Wish.com, Webster going to get his cheeks clapped in prison. Judy Brady, oh my God, stop him, please. My blood pressure is going up as he speaks. Also, congrats on 5 years. There will be many more to come. Hey, thank you. Agonilis, we all have a date. Darrell's is with Bubba in the shower. Talking trash and truths. 23,000 in here and only 3,600 plussies. Hit that plussy. Agonilis, judge, that was very lovely, Mr. Brooks. Bailiff, tase this man till he craps himself, then tase him again. KCI guy, I'll pay the bail of anyone who shuts him up. Kelly R2, KCI guy, I'll match that offer. Randall McCollum, the prison justice stuff is a myth, just like the noble savage or honorable thief, a fairy tale to comfort people who want to believe in justice being done. He is a hero to the race war faction. Legendary Racing, God's not on his side. I know this because not once did Jesus take the wheel. SC Medic 71, I think Joe Biden wrote this for him. Otto Rommel, hi, this is Jeremy from the Quartering. If Darrell's endless rambling is putting you to sleep, I'd like to tell you about our new sponsor, Coffee Brand Coffee. JW65, Mr. Brooks, what you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling and incoherent response was there ever anything that could be even considered it would go on to say rational point, and everyone is dumber for having heard, I believe. Something like that. DV Clutch, $10 says this is 100% how he was punished by his nutter mommies. It sounds so much like abusive faustianity crap people do to their kids to hide that they're abusive assholes. The Uncovered Lamp, one of my best friends and fellow Christians, is a court translator and had to translate a defendant claiming this: God won't forgive you if you don't forgive me, in a DUI homicide case, and was fuming. Judy Brady, if they pan back, we will see they're all asleep. Jacob McQuaid, preying on our maternal instincts. You see many of his behaviors reflected in neglected children. Judy Brady says, I agree, Danny. I don't know what she agreed with you on, but she did.
Well, thank you.
Corundum too. Can we get him into the MAID program in Canada? Happy Little Trees, he opted out of insanity defense. The Uncovered Lamp, lethal injection is a medication. Kingslayer Damocles, endorsed by FOP. That just means you'll let cops get away with kidnapping untrustworthy. There you go. What do you have to say for yourself, Danny?
Wait, what I do?
You're endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. So
I am endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police, Salt Lake City Police Association, the state AG, the Utah governor, and my local congressman, who I love to death. So that's what I have to say about that. Tough cookies.
B. Miller says, glad to sign death warrant, was a Michigan judge with Larry Nader, MSU gymnastics doctor.
Thank you. It's really going to annoy me.
Fuck your God says, I can't believe he didn't say it wasn't his fault because Jesus took the wheel. Dartmouth, Danny, good choice. Also, let's get the Pope to 100K. Get that big rumble butt. Nick, working on it.
Everybody hit the button. Don't be a lazy bum. Hit the button.
Does Rumble have buttons like YouTube?
Yep, they do. They have a plus button. It's like a thumbs up. And they also have a subscribe button, which is like a subscribe.
Ooh.
JD522, and about my great humility, not one word. Dartmouth, this judge needs a mandingo, and then maybe she'll be better for her court. J Llama 88, remember, the more you pound Nick's plussy, the bigger he gets. True. USSJ for Broly. Nick, we all fucking love you, sir. Thanks for having Danny eye candy on stream. There you go.
I'm cute looking. Yay.
Also to the panel, is it possible to all retweet and make noise for Tug's videos being deleted? Another one today.
Serious?
Not for me because I don't have a Twitter, but I would.
I'll go see what I can do.
Gusta, first 30-minute of judge's statements could have just been, Mr. Brooks, you aren't suffering a mental illness. You're just an evil piece of shit. Again, all of that, everything that the judge did for 2 hours was on the record. It was already on the record. It was unnecessary for her to go through it. T. Lawrence 21, only person I would let talk this long to me is Danny. The Pronado. If you want to know more about what Erica Patterson thinks about Darrell, check out a channel called The Norman Nix Show. Ganok, you know there isn't a taser on his leg as he claims because no human being could possibly stop himself from pressing that button over the past weeks. Night of Hope. The only barricade I want to smash is into her diaphragm. Quebecistan, is the judge giving a sentence or outlining her next book? Yes. The Magist 93, judge felt challenged by his long-windedness. She couldn't be one-upped. F in the chat for the judge. Nano Reaper, this sentencing is going on longer than the 100 Years' War. Tortheo, please stop the idiot saying that her tearing up at the section during sentencing remarks is appealable. Thanks. Mine videos now. No, she's been talking so long her hair grew.
Makes sense.
Night of Hope. These are all in a row. Somebody get her husband to hold me back because I'm about to extend this dick. Danny, I know you're new here, so I'll let it slide this time, but female noises aren't allowed. Now you know. Her name is Jennifer. You knew sooner or later she'd forget how to shut her mouth. Isn't using someone's performance in court as evidence of their competence to stand trial kind of backwards, by the way? If they aren't competent, you can't make them stand trial and then go see he is. Well, no, but you can verify the initial decision of competency by their demonstrated competency to avoid an appeal issue later. So that's okay. Judy says, I understand she's a judge, but she has been waiting for this for weeks to let Brooks know why she's putting him away forever. She's letting him know he has no escape. Kingslayer Damocles, if this judge goes on for 10 more minutes, she deserves bad things to happen to her. That was at 4:21 p.m.
Oh my gosh.
Talking Trash and Truths, hit that subscribe button on Rumble. He needs less than 500 subs to 100K. I know there are at least 500 who haven't subbed. Come on. WTF is my name. I hope this area never has crime again because it's never going to be available again. Tia Godashimi says only Runkle will be alive by the time the sentencing ends. Night of Hope, she's making it about her. She thinks she's in a movie. Jessica Reloaded, our panel here on Legal Mindsets Discord would like to let Danny know that we are in agreement with her.
Oh, thank you.
Agent Brewer, this is like a church homily. We all heard the same gospel. You don't need to reread it. Just tell us we are going to hell and send us on our way. Oversoul, forgiveness is divine. As for me, I am fallen and not compelled to such high aspirations. Not in this case, 80-cent gang sense. Bio Zero, the crying is weird. Aren't judgments supposed to be so sober and unemotional? I think you mean somber. I mean, I guess some judges get angry, which is emotion, but this is like a weird performance.
No,
Swag.
yeah, that's the difference, because I've had judges that cry and that's not weird. What this was weird. Sorry to interrupt you, Nick.
No. Oh my gosh. How dare you? How dare you? Let's see. Swags, is she going to have to read a prison sentence length for each individual conviction? Yes. Happy Little Trees. Her recap actually robbed the statements of the power they had when given by the victims. I agree. Hello, world. Hello. Wisconsin here. This is the largest tragedy in Waukesha history. It devastated the community. She's taking her time to honor and respect the victims. Her goal isn't to entertain. Heart you, though, Nick. I didn't think... People may misunderstand. I'm not worried about the entertainment value of the judge's remarks. I'm worried about the propriety of the judge's remarks. I'm worried about if she's conducting this thing in the way she should. And frankly, I don't think her speech was appropriate. But that's me. And it's also unnecessary. Here we go. Monkey Machine 21. Some victims called her a saint in the impact statements, so they probably like how she is acting.
Yeah, that's true.
The applause probably didn't help.
Rich Hardesty says, feels like Brooks has already served 3 of his life sentences at this point. Agent Brewer, the judge needs a Rekieta Baldo in her. Well, I don't know about that. Only if her husband likes it. Like Amid says, can you recall a judge in Wisconsin? Probably. Ricky Hahn, they might as well give Brooks the gavel at this point. Judge Brady, just shoot him or get it over with. Gates of Above. Nick, I can't wait for the next big case in Wisconsin. This judge gets the case while you stream it. Ugh. You know, in a case that doesn't involve a sovereign citizen weirdo, she might be just normal, who's not pro se. I mean, she might be a perfectly acceptable judge. This is a very unique case. Kingslayer Damocles, how can a judge make a victim impact statement? That's clearly what she just did. How can a victim of an incident be the judge? PJ Waz, I think the judge is paid by the word like Dickens was, and this is about as entertaining as a Dickens novel. Protocon, this is taking so long. I think I see signs of Runkle aging, which is amazing considering he's immortal. Zookster, by the time she gets done, he's going to be free after his 6 life sentences. Was there another one? Okay. Getting there. Getting through. Jonathan, how have you not addressed the beautiful elephant in the room that is Runkle's beard? He's gone from elf to wizard. Oh, I only kind of saw it. Oh, damn it. Blue-eyed roof Korean. Blue-eyed roof Korean. Victims yesterday praised the judge. That's why she's been droning on instead of sentencing. Never lionize public servants. Public servants should serve as if their life is at risk with one small mistake. Memento Mori. Do you think the judge would be dragging this out if there weren't cameras in the courtroom? To me, this seems like a performance for the cameras. It was a performance for somebody, whether it's cameras, the community, or whatever. Somebody was being performed to. Rich Hardesty says on another occasion, wreaking havoc. Agent Brewer, come on, Darrell, grab the bailiff's gun, make this entertaining. Ola Kyle, are we just going to roll right into the 11 p.m. show? No, I got to get done because I'm going to have to go pick up my kids, I think. Warrior Biatch, as a lifelong Waukesha resident, I'm seriously disappointed in your constant raving about recognizing the victims and their suffering. The judge deserves criticism about the other behavior, but not victims. No, the victims had an entire day. Like, they had an entire day that the judge dedicated to them. There was nothing else that happened yesterday. It was entirely victims, and that was fine and acceptable. The judge rereading all the victim statements, I think, was not honoring the victims. I thought that was more honoring Darrell Brooks in a weird way. But that was me. Just different opinions, I guess. Ricky Hahn, I'm honestly surprised she's not reading a damn phone book. Good Lord. Law Nerd Clips says, sentence him. I'm giving up on you. Oh, that's like into the tune of say some. Sentence him. I'm giving up on you. Hello, world. Hello. Nick, her reading every single name is sentencing is incredibly based.
We don't disagree with that. I think we all agreed that was fine. It was that on top of 2 hours of talking.
And her allowing the clapping after the 6 murders was really strange. Agreed. Especially because she would go on to say to please not do that anymore. What made it even weirder. It should have happened one time. Bluefire 3 just joined your locals chat. Read that one earlier. Tortheo, was Brooks prohibited from profiting from the event or not? Wasn't clear to me. Anything that Brooks profits from, he'd be paying in restitution. Tortheo, is there a bailiff factory in Wisconsin? The 4 of them giant bald white guys with beard and a gut surrounding him made it look like a porno. Catrux88, I'm here. What did I miss? A long stream. Redone 777. Hey, Nick, Danny just unleashed the show, Bob and Vagine and me. Welcome to the stream. Oh, my God. Barb loves Alaska. I didn't hear the judge say that he can't profit from movie or book deals. Did I miss it? No. See, I don't know that they can order that. What they can just do is typically order sufficient restitution that anything they profit on would go to the families or go to whoever. Vibe AI, don't just take my grip for it. Go listen to my music and subscribe. Rumble.com/user/Vibe AI. Thanks, Nick. This potato.
I just want to apologize for the sneeze. I thought I was muted.
Oh, God. How dare you? This potato says, can I have Danny's number? I want to give her a baby to fawn over in person.
You have babies to give? You have babies to just like
I don't
like
think
a
they
baby
meant-
farm. You just go and pick up a baby and give it away as a gift. You're sick. You're a sick person. Babies should not be itemized or whatever it's called that women say when men look at them sexually.
Karimachet says, have you ever been in this kind of trial, Nick? No, there hasn't been a trial like this, but there have also been lots of trials like this. And yeah, I've been to sentencing hearings of some pretty heinous crimes. So, I don't know what to tell you. Afix says, Rekieta Law, clip of Brooks making that weird noise today. Okay. Props to you, Vices and Aussie, for sticking through the madness. Johnny K, Rekieta Law, the Cruz judge was worse, in my opinion, especially with the hugging of the prosecutor. Oh, yeah, the Cruz judge was terrible at the end. And teary-eye BS when getting her ass licked by activist families standing on the graves of their kids. Matt himself, he'll be out in 3022 to hit some aliens in his granddaughter's spaceship. B. Frederick, after fettuccine Alfredo was brought up around lunchtime, I literally went to the store, brought everything to make homemade spinach fettuccine Alfredo, waited for my daughter to get home from school, made it from scratch with her, picked up my son from basketball practice, brought my daughter to basketball practice, and she's still talking.
How industrious.
Matt himself, that sounded like the most busy day of my entire life.
I know. I'm like, wow, good on them.
Matt himself says, this is all telling the story of the evil man, Darrell Brooks, did this so they don't have to question why, just so they can know it was evil and they can justify not having questions anymore. Maybe the judge is like this in every case. Again, I just want to reiterate her rereading the statements from the prior day that was in the same hearing. That's weird. That's weird to do. Marslands, kind of hot when the judge curses. I think this has awakened something in me. Legal Vices says, subscribe to Danny. She rocks. Aussie. And of course, me.
Thanks, Jeff.
On your voices. Hope you made it to work on time, dude.
Love you, Jeff.
This potato says her response was way funnier to having a baby, getting a baby gift. Not a robot. Runkle was there 3,000 years ago when the judge started sentencing. Complete random. Nick, your guest has a nice ass. Why won't she share it with locals properly? Also, Judge Mommy gave the best case for the Court of Appeals ever.
I'm assuming they're talking about you, Ozzy.
Oh, no, my ass has already been in there.
Oh.
Rumble usernames says, can the judge be sentenced to life without parole in the cell next to Brooks? Only if she's also subsequently sentenced to talk the entire time. Ben SC, Rekieta Law, in all seriousness, do you think that this whole trial situation actually broke Judge Mommy and she's melting down in front of us? I don't know about that. EA Cowden, if this judge is trying to create a legacy, the only thing she will be remembered for is it took 2 hours for what should have been done in 5 minutes. He also says, and yay, God parted the clouds and said, get on with it. Viking Hund sent some meme I'm not going to share. Sheep City, and Your Honor, I'm going to leave. All disrespect, I'm bored. You've been touching yourself for almost the same amount of time that Darrell has been today. I'm hungry. I have full balls, and I'm thinking about pulling a Darrell Brooks if I'm here any longer. Email me the sentencing. Good day. Riverbank Angle. The governor of Wisconsin is a Democrat. She's protecting the judiciary from leftist backlash. Remember when they said Border Patrol was whipping Mexicans at the border? Imagine the optics of ball gagging a black guy. The judge is honorably defending the courts.
Agree to
Maybe.
disagree on that one.
Sheep City, in the last few minutes of the judge's statements could have been the last half hour. Never mind. She kept talking. God damn it. Not a robot. This fucking bitch is going lenient on this motherfucker. No, she didn't go lenient on him at all.
No.
On Texas time, ask her the damn question, Rackets. We did. Sheep City, and it's fine. He's not going to serve his entire sentence. I hear he's slated for getting a booster for COVID soon. Matt P. Catholicism is about as heretical as the Mormon Church. Rhinos. I taught social emotional skills to kids with violent mental illness, disabilities, and emotional disturbances. Darrell Brooks is just a taste of what falls through the cracks of public services. Riverbank Ingle. Death penalty should be banned unless there's overwhelming evidence of guilt. Like the crime being captured on video, the state can't be trusted to get it right in the absence of undeniable evidence like that. Sheep City. The camera pans out and you realize the only people still in the courtroom are Darrell, the bailiff, the judge, and the cameraman. Everyone else went home. Bobby, smash the plushie the way you want to smash Brooks in his mouth with a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. Damn. Viking Hun, you guys are missing it. This is the last time he's ever going to put anything out to the public. No, we know. KMJ used to work for forensic nursing home at the St. Peter Regional Treatment Center, had to care for the mentally ill and dangerous as well as inmates from Minnesota sex offenders program. I can tell you that he acts exactly like an inmate from the Minnesota sex offenders program. His mental illness is not his main issue here. 70D, maybe our collective hate of this POS will give him painful cancer. Complete random. I clearly meant Danny's ass. Don't make me gay. It can be tasteful, though. It's Ass Wednesday. Don't fuck with locals. She's not.
Wow.
She's not in locals. She's
That was
not
very
in locals.
aggressive.
It's aggressive towards me, at least.
It was very unnecessarily aggressive. Jeez, people, take it easy.
Clearly, you haven't been in locals.
Wait, what the hell just happened? What the hell is? Hold on. Speaking of locals, I was reading something real quick. It's a disaster. Oh, okay, got it. Implier says yesterday's impact statements really brought the injured survivors to light, especially the children, girls with disfigured bodies, boys who can no longer physically keep with their peers. No sympathy for them, apparently. The televised trial really glossed over injuries and focused on the deaths due to exception of images. Everyone should know how many. I missed the rest of that because I accidentally clicked. But no, I agree. I thought yesterday was great, personally. I mean, it took forever, but I also thought that it was really important stuff. It was emotionally impactful. Many times the panel members here were caught up in some emotion. Sheep City, and this man's worse than Griffith, and Griffith murdered all of his friends and raped his best friend's girl because someone told him no. It's true. Stephanie Tam, Danny is amazing. Thanks for bringing estrogen to this panel of dicks.
My pleasure. Thank you, Steph.
Lying in state, maybe Oliver Wendell Holmes had a point. Inaz the Gregor says 3 fucking generations back just to get an apology. This Dr. Mary bitch is the problem. She didn't teach these people shit. Contrarian says her poem, I raised a mass killer son, but I didn't do nothing, hun. It's the mental illness. That's the business. Afix, a young friend of mine put together a virtual summit on freedom with 40 speakers releasing in December. If that sounds interesting, please check out nita.one/summit to support a youngin putting in the work. Inaz the Gregor says, Nick, the little girl did the same statement yesterday, but today she added, I know you'll be watching over us after I will see you in my dreams. So she left that out and probably felt bad, and the court allowed her to complete the statement. I think the problem was that what someone said was he was in the other room yesterday when she read the statement, and that's why she got to read it again, which makes perfect sense. He should be present to hear the statement. Okay. Ben SC, Galadriel on the stream today. Candace Marie says, Rekieta Law, how much do we have to super chat to have Bronca cunt shame us tonight? Probably not much. Matt himself says car plows into police recruits in California today. Yes.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, there was a bunch of police recruits out for a run, and I think like 20 of them, and a car hit them. No deaths at the time that I saw.
Oh my God, I hope not.
But
I'll pray for him. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Anyone who says I look 45 is lying. If I looked 45, there wouldn't have been a question about my experience or my background as an attorney.
You don't look a day over 53.
I don't look a day over friggin' 13.
I'm joking. I was kidding.
Except when I do this. Then I'm looking like 100 and some odd. So
for the sake of all the pervs in chat, let's say not a day over 18.
Couple more, and we're almost done. Let's see. Jack Crow says, caw, caw, caw. Heemeyer says, the state of Houston, Texas right now, only 3 minutes. I'm not watching anything that's 3 minutes. Jail not here. So this is what Coal Burner looks like. Metal Blood says, thoughts on sexual assault allegations against Pipkin Pippa. Haven't heard him. Don't know anything about it. Max says, LBC is moon shit. Crix, lol. Lewis Lord, Nick, I've been enjoying your streams for a long time there. Great. Consider keeping these streams available as VODs. Yeah, there's just an annoying process to make them VODs on Odyssey. I'll eventually do it. The Drunken Rocky says, I hereby sentence the judge to spend life in the same cell as Darrell Brooks. Leanna, I think mommy judge taking as long as she did was impactful. Refusing to let Darrell fucking Brooks get the last word in any shape of the word. I know it wasn't necessary, probably helpful to the victims. You know, it would have been helpful to the victims if she would have shut his statement down and not let him ramble on for an hour and a half.
Yep.
That would have been nice. 20 minutes. The Drunken Rocky, as a junior grifter, I'm determined to get more knickers to join my Thursday night show, 9 p.m. Central. Come laugh at shit on the internet. That's the Drunken Rocky 1 on Odyssey. This potato says, oh shit, I just offered to impregnate a 13-year-old Danny. And there we have it. Welcome to my chat, Danny. It's a degenerate group of assholes, but they're lovable. All right, guys, I got to get off this stream.
Bye, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have you on for another show sometime that isn't 7 hours of a judge and her lover, Darrell Brooks, rambling back and forth. Aussie, thanks for coming on, as always.
Yep.
And Negro Light says John Kotarski should be murdered because he is a faggot. So, okay. Well, that was very, very forward. John, I guess you'll have to respond to that on your own. All right, guys, have a good one. Peace. Peace. Where's my outro?
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what